What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to Legends of the Dugout. Another episode of Unprepared. I'm live, episode 14. This one, I am celebrating my 2 years on YouTube. So let me copy the thing, paste, enter. Here we go. So if you want to join, you can join. Let's see who's coming in. 5 watching already. Hope everyone's doing good. I know probably my camera sucks. Maybe that's better. I don't know. 3 people watching in here. All right, add to stage. What's up, Matt?
How you doing, Dave? Happy 2
I'm
years.
doing all right. Thank you. How's my connection? Because I feel like the internet here is sucking.
That's like that one night when you were on with Alex or whatever, where it was kind of grainy or whatever. Your video looks fine. Oh no,
Okay.
my TV is bad. You're right. Shoot, I got the TV out. It's a little different.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It looks okay on my computer. It's interesting.
This guy in the downtime. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I feel like my dang internet just sucks. Like, my son's playing his PlayStation and wife's watching TV.
Yeah, everything's streaming. There's all kinds of competing bandwidth issues.
Yeah. What's up, Don?
Hey, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing all right, my man. How are you, Matt?
I'm doing well, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You all right?
Oh, yeah.
Any items on memory lane? Oh, wow.
No, I am too poor for that.
Brewster, he's done. He's not celebrating 2 years, Dave. He's out.
Yeah.
Who?
Don's dog, Brewster.
Oh, the dog? Yeah.
Billy, ball game. What's up?
What's up? I'm always late to the party.
Hey, you're never late. You're always on time in here. So it's always unprepared and live, man. Oh,
right. I didn't realize we were celebrating your 2-year anniversary tonight, Dave. I feel special.
Oh, yeah. 2 years today.
I mean, I am special, but in a different way.
Yeah. You sure are, Papa Smurf. You got that Sonic Cup, that 64 rounds going.
32.
32, whatever.
It's my second soda. I'm trying to drop some LB.
Thanks, Orlando. Man.
Oh, we're live. I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were live. I thought we were backstage. My bad.
You can't tell how smooth this delivery is?
What's that?
You can't tell how smooth our deliveries are at this point that we're not live already? We're just winging this thing, like always.
Yeah. Like Hollywood level production.
Carefully curated content. You're only going to get it here.
Yes, no doubt. And I even
exactly. Go crazy.
That's my buddy Justin.
Yeah, Justin. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is he in the area with you and Chris, or is he somewhere else?
He's down in Arkansas, but he graduated from the same high school that I did.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's good friends with my brother-in-law.
Does he have a channel?
Yeah, he does. He's quit recently. I'm giving him a hard time. He hasn't done a video in like 3 weeks, but
he's better than me.
He's a band director, and it's a busy time of the year for them. So
what's everybody else up to tonight? What you buying?
Chilling. Yeah, just chilling. It's gotten very dark here very quickly. It's getting dark here at like 7:45 now in Virginia. It's weird.
Well, I'm in South Carolina, so
yeah. Where in South
Yeah.
Carolina?
Down by Columbia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Don, I don't think we've met before. It's good to meet you.
Likewise, my man.
I'll have to check and see if I'm subscribed to your channel.
Yeah. Likewise. What do you
I'm
collect?
surprised you didn't meet at the National.
Probably walked right by each other multiple times.
Yeah, there were lots of people I missed because there was just so much going on, and I was like on 3 hours of sleep mode the whole time. But I'm a
You know how
derelict.
Don and me got cracked up together? Huh?
He asked what I collect. I said I'm a derelict and
Oh.
collect a bit of everything, but mainly vintage baseball.
Nice.
What were you saying, Dave?
No, Don tracked me down in the bathroom at the National.
Oh yeah, I was walking up the stairs, and we kind of like gave each other the look, like I know who you are, but
He
yeah.
crawled under the door in the stall.
Yeah. Well, that was like the first day or the second day, first day before it got hectic, chaotic.
Yeah, it was Wednesday. Yeah. I was standing there waiting for my son to come out. And here comes Don. He's like looking at me. What's your name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey Matt, did you go to Dallas today?
Yeah, we went to the card show we were there a couple hours. No
Fine.
cards that I needed, unfortunately.
What
So,
about the
there's
boys?
like Ash had a 53 top, but he wants almost 3,000 for it. I'm looking for like a 7 or 8, so he wants 2,100 for an 8. I can't do it right now, so
Oh, on Spawn.
Bond, yeah. Sorry, it should be more clear. Yeah,
Yeah.
53, but yeah. So there was that, but the only thing I ended up getting, Ty bought this for me, saw it at a table. It's I don't know what year this is even from, and it's damaged to heck. But McFarlane made those figurines, probably the 70s Hank Aaron jersey. Found it at a table for $10.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make you solo there.
Oh no, it's nothing crazy, right? But he thought I'd like that, so we got that for me.
Well, it's the jersey you like.
No, exactly. No, I do like it. I'm gonna probably take it out though because I feel like most of the packaging takes away from them. I usually like to keep these things sealed, but I don't think with that amount of damage it's gonna do much to take it out. So it comes with a stand to sit it on, so I can put it out with the Heartland statues or whatever.
Yeah, I like those things.
Yeah, they're awesome. I have a couple. I've got a couple Pujols and an Ozzy. The Ozzy's really cool because there's a stand that like sticks in his rib cage, so it looks like he's upside down doing a flip. It's pretty awesome.
I remember that one.
It might be on the back. They
Yeah.
had a few other. I know they saw Sandberg was on here. Let me see. Yeah, no Ozzy. We got Cobb, Mantle, Schmidt, and Eckersley, Sandberg in the area. So
Yeah, I got Willie Mays, Ricky Henderson, Tony Gwynn, Brian Wilson, Cabrera.
the Beach Boys, Ryan Wilson? No kidding. The guy with the beard. I'm
No,
you're the beard.
Cecil Fielder and Verlander, and the
Nice.
Trout.
I think,
sure plenty of Tigers in there for you.
and I think he did several series of them over.
Yeah, this is a series of 6 that did one, like the 5th year of Cooperstown. So it's just a random small year they did a run. Different kind of Spawn, right? He's the guy that did Spawn comics, right? I think.
Spawn's not in the McFarlane.
Yeah, Todd McFarlane was Spawn, right? I think.
Yeah.
SPAWN. Yeah.
Yeah.
I pulled up the Cobb for since you're a Tigers fan, Dave. Since I found it the other day finally again, so I know you're a fellow Michigander, as we like to call ourselves. Maybe not publicly. So anyway,
That's
hold on.
sweet, man. That's
Was
awesome.
that did you buy that in the PSA last year?
yeah, I haven't done anything with it. Yeah, it was
Okay.
a 2.
For some reason, I thought it was SGC slab that you got it in last year.
No, the roof this year was SGC. So
Yeah.
probably won't cross it. I think they're gonna probably give like a 1 or something or a 3 MK or something. So it's not worth crossing.
Okay.
Anybody get any big pickups lately or any pickups?
Well, this is my only pickup. Here, I'll make myself solo. This one.
Oh yeah, that's what you're telling me about. That 50 Bowman, right?
Yeah. Nice clean back.
Nice.
Was it Chris that just bought
Yeah,
a bunch of 50 Bowmans?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that yet.
I think he bought a few at the show in Columbia here recently. That's a really nice campy there, though, Dave, for sure.
Oh, it's not a campy. It's
I can't see my
Bob.
screen.
It's
Just the catcher card, right? You're just trying to find a. You like the catcher? Yeah, I can't read the name.
yeah.
I can't either. My screen's so blurry. I thought it was Campanella. He's in the classic Campanella pose.
Bob Scheffling.
It's yeah. I mean, it's nice.
I like the
$4.
$4?
$4.
Wow, nice.
Well, 8 with shipping.
Right.
They rape you on the shipping, but whatever.
So, I watched your first video a little earlier, Dave. You gave us 2 minutes and 28 seconds in that first video 2 years ago today. I went and watched it again.
That's my kind of video.
Yeah. Don's similar. Don does some without even speaking. There's like cue cards or
Silent films.
Hey, what was my shortest video? Was it 42 seconds?
42 seconds. You did 3 VRs in 42 seconds, Dave. Once I felt very, very privileged to have a VR. My 1/3 share. That's 14 seconds. So
That's right up my alley, man. Get it done.
Just get it done. Yeah.
My shortest video is about 47 minutes, I think.
I know that's not true, but you're like me. You like to talk about nothing. I could just look at a card and talk about it to myself, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Don, you picking up anything?
Me?
Go ahead.
No, we have Philly coming up in 2 weeks. So, yeah, I don't know, been in a lull. No, nothing's really stood out. Nothing's really piqued my interest in terms of like snap buys. I've sent a lot of stuff off for consignment to ComC, like lower end modern stuff, but nothing big really. So we got Philly in a few weeks. We'll see. Because
I know you were talking in the Discord, I think it was, about maybe like resetting your collection.
Yeah, I throw that idea out from time to time. Just yeah, I don't know, man. I've done that multiple times actually over the past few years. Not like huge, but like I was a big Soto collector for a bit. Like I had a lot of Soto cards, like several hundred Soto cards. Got out of that. Got more into like 1950s vintage. Got out of that. Got into pre-war. Like I'm just turning over a lot of stuff. So, but I think that this stuff is to stay for sure.
Okay.
That's good, because the Wagner you got, some of those cards you got are just really, really nice. Those are keepers for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. In a year, you'll see Ruth Gehrig. Like we'll see.
I know. I was hoping to get the Ruth with it this year. We talked about it like a year ago, right after the National, after you got your Cobb, your green Cobb, right? So next year's Widener for us.
Oh man,
that's awesome.
You solo. Oh,
that is beautiful.
So you got the first inaugural set, like the first inaugural class.
Yeah, I'm trying for the first 5. I got the first 4, or I got 4 out of the 5 right now.
So who you missing?
Ruth.
Okay.
And then obviously everyone should recognize this if you know anything about me.
Oh yes, that's true.
I love that card.
That's true. What do they call those things? Not emoji. What do they call that? Your icon or whatever, right? Or whatever, avatar, or whatever that is. You can tell I'm old. I'm dating myself here.
Yeah.
Your avatar.
Man, you guys you guys swim in a different pond than I swim in. Since Matt's showing Cobb T205s and
2 pre-war cards, and one of them is Tyrus's. Well, both of the cards I'm in mine. So
first time I've
ever
met you guys. You pulled out a T205 Cobb.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ran into you and Eric at the show.
Yeah.
You got that one last year. That was the white cap, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that card.
That's awesome.
Adam just won one of those, right? Didn't he? He won the contest.
Yeah.
What a contest giveaway! Unbelievable. I didn't get around to doing a VR for it. That's incredible.
I was so happy for him and so jealous at the same time.
I wanted to do a VR, but I was like, I already own that card, so it'd be like kind of weird, like applying for the same card I already own.
I feel bad I didn't get to do one for John either. I feel bad, but that was tough because like watching our first video games, pretty bad. Like not that it's gotten any better, but that's probably the hardest part to admit about all of it. I can go watch it, but I'm not sure I'm going to change anything based on my review, which is like definition of insanity, whatever, right? I guess.
If you guys are going to show off all these big cards, you may as well let me show a big card off.
Let's see your big national pickup. I love it. I'm all about it.
Oh, this is even bigger than the national. This was at the Columbia Card Show a couple weeks ago. This is a monster right here.
Oh yeah, Mr. Baines, right?
Yeah, greatest Hall of Famer ever. USA 9, $20 card right there.
Oh man.
Yeah, you guys swim in a deep pond. Like mine's like doesn't even come up to the soles of my shoes, you know.
Wait. You have a comma card. I don't. You three on here have comma cards. I do not have a comma card.
Comma cards. Yeah.
That was recent happenstance. That was a total accident. I walked by a dealer's table and saw it laying in the floor and picked it up and walked off with it.
Gronk had just spiked on the ground. He picked it up, ran off with it.
Right.
I cannot believe he didn't shatter the guy's display case. I thought he did it on the ground. I didn't realize he actually did it on the display case twice. Like that was painful to rewatch. Obviously, I wasn't much in the Fanatics Fest, but I did watch that. And my wife sent it to me on TikTok, and I'm like, this is terrible to watch. How's that deal? So mad.
So my friend that lives like 5 minutes down the road from me, right? Because he works in New York, so he goes up and does double shifts up in New York, and then comes down here for a week, and then goes up, does double shifts, and comes down here for a week and stuff. And then, but he was there at the Fanatics Fest and saw Grunk do that.
Wow.
Yeah. What a meathead. I haven't seen it. I guess I need to watch it.
Yeah, tell me you've never been to a card show without telling me you've never been to a card show, right? Like literally. It's bad enough to see those kids throw their Zion cases on there every time they get.
So he slammed the card down, or
like twice. At least what I could see. That's my vantage point that I watched the video. Again, my vision's bad. Maybe someone in the chat can correct me, but it's painful to watch. So.
And the rumor is that they paid those guys to be there anyway, and then they're destroyed.
Oh yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, I wonder. Hopefully Dan's okay. I know Notre Dame lost today. I felt bad when I saw that come through my phone. I'm a Notre Dame football fan too, so that's painful to hear. It's like, oh my gosh, Northern Illinois Salukis. What's that?
You're a Notre Dame fan?
Yeah, for football. I grew up in Michigan, Indiana. What are you gonna do, right? I was in the area. So my brother's a Michigan fan, and I know it's one of the things I know, Don. You made a comment about it before, like the Colts or whatever it is. Right? But yeah, so my brother was a Michigan fan, so I had to pick someone kind of a rival team back in the 80s, 90s, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to be a Sparty, right? So
couldn't have been Purdue.
Could have been. Well, no, but that's the thing. So basketball was Indiana because I really like Bobby Knight, obviously, before I started choking students on video. But like throwing the chairs and stuff was great, right?
We lost Don. Don's out.
He's lost a lot of respect for me. I'm moving down pegs as we go here. I should stop talking.
Yeah, every time I hear Bobby Knight, all I can think about is the movie Anger Management.
Oh yeah,
with Adam
Sandler.
Yeah, and there's like a extended director's cut scene where it just gets way funnier with some of the bloopers. But, yeah, man, Bobby Knight.
He was big though. Living in Indianapolis and Fort Wayne for like 7 or 8 years there in the mid '80s. That's what are you going to do? You can't help but absorb that, right? Indoctrination early, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's been tough going. Probably since like Calbert Channing. I'm trying to think last time they had anyone decent. Oh, they had the one guy after that. It's been pretty tough in Bloomington. So tough run for both teams, I guess. South Bend and Bloomington not doing so good.
I was wearing a Syracuse orange shirt earlier, and Indiana 1987 championship.
Yeah, oh yeah. Keith Smart that from the baseline.
Yeah, that shot.
Well, Syracuse won today. Did they beat Georgia Tech or football?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I know it was close. I don't know if they actually won or not, but
I think they might have won by 3 at the end. They had it on at the card show. Some guys were over in the corner watching that at one of the booths.
Oh yeah, Syracuse beat Georgia Tech. Nice.
Not bad. And Georgia Tech was 2-0, and they beat Florida State, I think, to open the season, right? So,
yeah,
not bad at all.
Nice.
That's what I have on over here is the Mizzou game. I keep
Yeah.
planning to watch the football game.
What's up, Lou? Who won the Michigan Longhorns game today?
Texas.
By a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, what I mean, I don't want to wait too much to college football, but this whole transfer portal thing is kind of crazy to me. Like, there's not going to be, like, anyone's going to have an era of just domination, I feel like, anymore, right? So.
It definitely kind of levels the playing field a little bit.
Yeah. I wonder if that's kind of why Saban finally gave it up, because they forget that I can't compete in this era.
I'm glad
Probably
to see
not.
him
I don't
going.
know. I saw with Pat McAfee, I didn't look too happy on ESPN either. I'm not sure what he's thinking right now.
What do you
Yeah,
want,
Jack
Billy?
Bowles. Nice.
I'm glad to see Saban retire finally. Alabama will hopefully return to mediocrity like they were before he went there, before he came back.
I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around how the Big Ten's really got 16 teams in it, and they poached all the best Pac-10 teams.
They have 2 in the Pac-10. They have Oregon State and Washington State.
The Cougars and the Beavers.
Everybody else left. Yeah, the Cougars and the Beavers. Everybody else is dissolved into 3 different conferences. They're like on life support, trying to hang on. They're going to bring in like Boise State or something, you know.
Boise State with that. Is it the bluegrass they have?
Yeah, the
Yes.
turn,
Oh my
I
God.
cannot
Turf,
watch
yeah.
any game there.
That's
It
tough.
gives me a headache after a while. Like, I love blue; it's my favorite color. But man, football is supposed to be played on grass. Not grass isn't that blue. Even Kentucky bluegrass, you know.
So what's your next show then, Billy? So Philly for Don. Billy, any shows coming up?
There's a smaller show down in Jeff City coming up toward the end of the month.
Jeff City instead of Jefferson. I like that. That's how you know.
Yeah, that's what we all call it around
I
here.
know. I like it.
And then kind of toward the middle of next month, there's a Westport show in St. Louis that's usually pretty good for vintage. And I think there's actually going to be like 2 different shows going on that weekend over the span of like 3 days, I think. So Chris is talking about trying to get some YouTubers in he was talking about renting an Airbnb and stuff to go stay there and do all those shows. I don't know if I'll do all that. Like, I'll definitely go at least one day, but I don't think I'll overnight and all that stuff. I'm trying to build my hobby funds back up. I think I had $40 left in my account after the national. And if I'd have known, that would have come out too. That wouldn't have stayed in there.
Dave,
Well,
what
you
about
just
you?
dipped into that. Go ahead, Don.
I was gonna say, like what big card shows are down in South Carolina?
Nothing big. I mean, I think there was just like some local stuff that was here at like a Holiday Inn, and then I think, what is it, the Palmetto Card Shop or something like that. I think they're starting to run some shows down here. So I think in December there's one. I think it's like the 12th and 13th or something of December. They got something going on. But I know most
See,
of the stuff is.
Dave, I picture you at the Culture Collision playing basketball, then going to pick up some vintage cards, and going back and playing some more basketball, buying some shoes. The one in Atlanta.
Oh no, I'm not going to Atlanta.
teasing.
No.
But that Hickory show's nice. Is that just once a year up in Hickory, North Carolina? Is that an annual?
No, that happens a couple times.
Is
Up
that
there, I get like notifications.
is that the same as Raleigh or no?
No,
Is Hickory
Hickory's like north of Charlotte,
Oh, okay.
like
Yeah.
like northwest of Charlotte.
Okay.
How far would you be from the Chantilly show, Dave?
Oh, that's what, 8 hours?
Oh, really? To Virginia? Is that okay?
15
Yeah.
minutes for me.
I was going to say, how far are you, Don? I have to ask you. Hey, Don, I know it's right your back door, right?
Literally
see,
15
like-
minutes.
Seriously, when I lived up there, I didn't even know nothing about the Chantilly show. So
Yeah.
no, I mean, 'cause what was it? I left up there almost 6 years ago. Oh, 6 years ago. So I don't think, was it going on then?
Yeah, it was. That's right when I moved here like 6 years ago. So we might have overlapped a little bit, but yeah, I know like it was always a thing, but then obviously COVID just made it way more popular, made it a destination show, right? People fly in for it.
A lot of big autograph guests, right, at that show.
Oh yeah, I mean every show it's very football dominant because like two of the shows are in the middle of baseball season, but you know you get a decent amount of like baseball Hall of Famers, but football Hall of Famers, basketball Hall of Famers, there's baseball Hall of Famers, but there's big names all the time, like. And then Philly's the same way. Philly, it's ran by the same people that run the National now. But Philly's a big autograph show. Philly does like better with like the local stuff though. I don't know. They don't. Chantilly does like okay with the local. Some of the Orioles, some of the Commanders, but like all the basketball and stuff, it's hard. Not really too much with the Nationals, I guess, but. Like Ripken is always here, right? Jim Palmer. But
What are they charging?
oh gosh, I mean it's always ridiculous. I'm glad I'm like not an autograph collector. I've heard some people say that. Like I'm glad I don't have the itch. I get it, but I'm glad I don't. I mean, like I've looked before. I don't remember who it was, but it was like 150 for the autograph and the photo op. And you can go on eBay and get an autograph for $80, right? An in-person autograph for $80. But it's the whole experience and meeting the people. The one I found hilarious was at the National was Montana. Joe Montana, if Brady already signed an item, if it's a dual item of Montana and Brady, Montana wanted like $1,500 if Brady had signed it first. Like for him to complete your autograph, he wanted like $1,500 or $1,200 or something. I found that I was like, wow, people pay this. Crazy.
My wife got Montana last year. She did the photo op too.
Oh.
But see, we do all the things Don hates. I think we picked it here. I can check nerves, but no. So she's a big 49ers fan, but she got it on a Rice helmet. So she had a Niners helmet with Rice. Nice. They got back in 05, 06 time frame back here in Texas. He was at the Arlington Card Show one time. That used to be TriStar.
Exclusive.
They stopped doing that one. But anyway, so yeah, she has dual auto. But so now she wants to try to find Steve Young to kind of finish it off and then be good with it. But yeah, to your point, the value is not there. Like we probably spent between the helmet and the two autos and the photo ops $2,000, right? Or close to it, probably if I had to guess, right? But like you could go buy one right now, I'm sure, for less than $1,000 if you wanted to, and probably fully certified and all that.
Yeah. You got to meet Joe Montana though.
Yeah.
Right.
The experience is worth something, right? Like
it is, yeah.
To tell you your barn door is down and shake their hand. And
yeah, we don't all get the barn door experience that Chris is never going to forget, right? That was so awesome.
But is it worth like double the price of the autograph to
See, I think to me it is about the experience. I do like the experience. That's why I'm glad I'm an autograph collector either, because to your point, Don, it's way cheaper to just buy it all like Mike does and just kind of be agnostic about the experience and just to get the item, kind of check it off your list of Hall of Famers or whatever you're trying to collect. Because it's kind of, it'd be mentally numbing to like know you're just throwing away good money if you didn't enjoy the experience, I guess, right? So for the people that don't like it, I'm glad they can get it. They have a good outlet to go buy them online, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like doing like going to the games and trying to get them before the game, and then waiting out back by their parking lot when they're leaving.
Yeah,
waiting for you outside the parking lot. Sorry, Happy Gilmore's in my head.
Wait.
You can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
Yeah, I would imagine they would get kind of sketched out by that, like some random.
No, I mean there are a bunch of
what you're saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like there are a bunch of people that stand out back by the players' parking lot outside, and they wait, and if a player decides to stop and sign an autograph, they do. So there's nothing wrong with that. I've done TTMs also.
Well, yeah, it's no different than seeing them outside of the stadium before or after a game or something and getting it that way.
I've heard like Ripken. I mean, he signs at Oriole games when he's there for free, and So, I mean, better get it free than pay for it.
Well, and I have no room to talk because I stopped Bob Tewksbury walking down the sidewalk, pushing a stroller with his wife, with him pushing his kid in the stroller. I was 16 though, 15, 16. So
Yeah.
that's my excuse. I didn't know any better. I was a kid.
Yeah, you weren't socially aware yet enough to, if you had your own kids at that point and still did it, that'd be another story, right?
All right, I got two questions. Best in-person professional athlete interaction, and I don't want to say worst, but not the best interaction with an athlete. What do you got?
Okay.
Your best and not so great.
All right, let's see. Best interaction. Not paying for it. Well, paying for it or not paying for it?
Chance encounter meetings. Like you run into them.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard. Although, okay, Eddie Murray, not Eddie Murray. He was here in South Carolina in Myrtle Beach doing a celebrity golf tournament. And I was the only person that showed up to get autographs there. My wife and kids are in the car. The kids are napping. So like we just pull up to this thing and I'm like, I'm here for the golf event. So get up there. I wait out back and then the golf cart comes in and I see him on it. And then he like drives around the building to the other side. So I walk over to the other side and then he drives around back over to where I was and stuff. And I'm standing there and I walked up and he like stops me and he goes, give me a couple minutes and I'll get to you. And I was like, all right, I'm the only one out here. So I just waited. He signed the ball and handed it back to me. So I think that was okay. Kind of like stern, I guess, with him. The best interaction, I would probably say, man, I have to think about that one. Because like the paying event, if I paid, would have been Gordie Howe.
Okay,
that one. Yeah, Gordie Howe I paid for at the National in 2012. And I had the big print and I set it down and he's like, looks at me, goes, do you know what's wrong with this picture? And I was like, no, sir. He goes, my stick's in the wrong hand. And so I was like, okay. And he signs the photo and that was pretty nice. That was a really good interaction with him. Ricky Henderson's always nice to meet. Ozzie Smith was nice to meet, but those I paid for. But like out of people that I didn't, that was really nice. Man, I don't know. Oh, Miguel Cabrera. That was, I think, my best interaction right there. Was down in Tropicana. The game's about to start and the lights go out in the stadium. So then he just comes out and just starts signing autographs. And so I got my jersey autographed by him. So I think that was probably my best experience.
Nice.
You?
What about
Well, you don't
Billy?
collect anyway, so.
I got some. Billy, what do you got?
Okay.
I haven't had too many, like most of my meetings were either before, during, or after baseball games. So like Bob Tewksbury, like I said, I stopped him he was walking down the sidewalk with his wife and he was pushing their baby stroller and the light turned red and I jumped out of the car and was like, I always brought a stack of cards with me to games in the chance that I would meet somebody and get autographs. And I ran up to him and I was like, are you Bob Tewksbury? And he's like, yeah. And he was having a really good year for the Cardinals for a couple years. And I was like, can you sign my card? And he's like, yeah. And I sat there and talked to him for like 2 or 3 minutes. Couldn't have been a nicer guy, especially considering the fact that here's this punk kid walking up to him and his wife with their kid. And we chit-chatted on the sidewalk and then the light turned green. And he's like, hey, man, you might want to get back in your car. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. So I ran up and jumped in the passenger seat and we went down the road. But he was a super nice guy.
That's awesome.
And then like to tie in with Dave's point, like I've never met a hockey player that's a jerk ever. Like card shows, games, every hockey player I've ever interacted with has been a really good guy. I've never had a really negative experience. Like when I was a little kid, Terry Pendleton's rookie year, me and some other kids had made our way up front by the Cardinals dugout, and he was out talking to Tito Landrum, as a matter of fact, waiting to take batting practice. And I hollered at him and asked for his autograph, and he was like pretty rude about that. Like, not now. Like, I was like, oh, wow, okay. And then Tito Landrum was like my favorite player at the time. And I was like, Tito, can I get yours? And he was talking to Terry Pendleton. And he's like, not right now. I'll get you in a little bit, buddy. And I'm like, okay, thank you. But then it never happened. I ended up leaving. But that was like really the only one. Like, and I don't guess he like really yelled and was a jerk, but just when I was 8 years old, it seemed like this great big dude is yelling at me. You know what I mean? I've never liked Terry Pendleton since then.
Keegan's still in here? He's a big Terry Pendleton fan, I know.
Oh, is he? My bad. My bad.
No, you're good. No, it's fine. Look, everyone's got bad days. Every one of these guys does, right? So,
Matt, you got any autograph stories?
Yeah, mine are going to be like the pay for stories for the most part. But I did have one, and he wasn't a jerk about it. He was just, ran out of time. But I'm weird. I remember dates of everything. I don't know if it's so weird. I don't know. I got issues. But so July 24th, 1992, Cubs were in Houston at the Astrodome. My first game to see the Cubs. It's a group of big Cubs fans because of WGN, like a lot of folks, right? Mm-hmm. Sandberg was my guy. I used to collect Sandberg, and we got to the game. They before the game, we got like 2 hours early to try to get autographs, like everyone did back then. I didn't have a regular ball. It was like one of those ones you get like in the gift shop that has the Cubs logo on it. Like I'm in a real official baseball, right? And I was like the next person to get his autograph, and he had to go hit batting practice. So again, he wasn't rude to me. They told me it was time to go hit batting practice. But you don't forget those kind of things, right? When you're like 13 years old. Yeah. Or maybe I probably should have. Maybe if I was like 7 or 8, like Billy, I should change the age. And then I guess the best story is because I'm a 13-year-old brat basically. But the best story is, and it's kind of a weird one because it wasn't really about my experience other than just seeing my son with him. But like Willie Mays back in, again, I remember the dates, but like May 21st, 2011, we were at the Cow Palace card show, and we had just seen Ripken, and we were like an hour and a half line for Ripken. Kind of back to where Mike has got this sweet deal with Tristar to get ahead of the line because the lines are terrible. And this Brody's like not even 3 yet, my oldest. So Ty wasn't it. My wife was pregnant with Ty, so he was born in October that year. Anyway, long story short, like we get to Willie Mays, my oldest, like 2 hours line for Willie Mays. He like loses it, right? Meltdown, the terrible 2s, terrible 3s, whatever. And like, but Willie just starts like rocking my son in he picks him up, puts him in his lap, and starts rocking him back and forth, like patting his back, telling him everything. You always hear these horror stories about Willie Mays, how much of a jerk he was. He was so nice to my son. My wife has it on YouTube. I actually have a video of it, but I can't figure out how to download it to put it on my channel. But yeah, I won't ever forget that. And it's cool that my father-in-law recorded it, so we have it forever.
That is awesome.
Really good experience with Willie Mays. Again, pay for autograph, right? But still, I won't forget it. So I got the autograph over here, the ball. But
smokes, man.
Yeah, heck of a good day. Like because Ripken's a really good guy, so we had a good experience with Ripken too. Nothing wrong with that. We talked to him for like we're the last person in line. This is back when I didn't. I don't know. I wasn't like I didn't do VIP stuff back then. I was like I had to literally find the last. I bought the ticket the day of the show to get the autograph. I didn't do any pre-ordering. It was kind of a spur of the moment thing, right? So I was like end of line for everybody. Just random. Whoever came up that day, and you got the number, right? So anyway, but now I plan things in advance a little bit better to avoid those kind of things as much as possible. But yeah, those are. I mean, Willie Mays was awesome. Like everyone says, he was kind of a jerk or just kind of curmudgeon as he got older, but great experience for us. So
that's insane. Wow, Mays.
Yeah, not bad. Brody had no idea who he was, right? I'm trying to tell him afterwards, like, you just sat in Willie Mays' lap. It's like, talking about get Santa Claus and get out of here. This is Willie freaking Mays. Yeah. I'm censoring it. Petty would say different, but yeah, you know where I'm going. So anyway, yeah.
I mean, I've had the whole like autograph and then they got to go thing. That happened to me with A-Rod when he was with the Rangers at Yankee Stadium. He literally was 15 feet away from me and my brother just going down the line. And he had signed a lot in that session. And me and my brother were waiting and he had to go. So I was like, oh, that sucks. But that's actually a very famous, like, I don't want to say famous, but a memorable A-Rod homer. August, same thing with dates. August 26, 2002. Orlando El Duque Hernandez threw the eephus pitch to A-Rod the first time. A-Rod was like, "What the hell?" Threw it a second time. A-Rod crushed it. I was at that game. I was 9. I was freaking out. But so that happened. I met Tyson in a hotel the night before his Boxing Hall of Fame induction up in Syracuse. I was at like they call it MEPS. Dave, you know what this is? Like when you join the military, they put you in a hotel, so you got to go do all your physical blood tests, all that fun stuff, and they keep you so you're not out partying, drinking, all that stuff the night before. So I was at the hotel, and like I walked outside at 10 o'clock at night, and I could hear all this crazy loud music, and I could smell certain things in the hallway, and out walks Mr. Tyson by himself, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's Mike Tyson!" You know, he's got the face tat and all this stuff. And I walked up to him, and I was like, "Can I get a picture with you?" I'm approaching this terribly. I had just turned 18, and he was like, "Not right now," but he shook my hand and all this stuff and congratulated him. So that was cool. Manny, he was on a AAA. He was like with the Pawtucket Red Sox. He was in Syracuse on a rehab assignment one time. And we stayed outside near the bus. Like out in the parking lot, we stayed near the bus because we knew he was going to come out at some point. And he just walked past everyone, got right on the bus. Because, I mean, there was hundreds of people waiting, right? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. So that was weird. A cool one was McNabb. We became Eagles fans because of Donovan McNabb, Syracuse connection. We went down to training camp. I had already met him before, so we had like a picture with him when I was like 6 or 7, and then we went down there when I was 8 or 9, and we went down to training camp, and like at that day for some reason I didn't know if this was like a tradition or not, but like these staff came out and they were like, any kid under 13 that wants to carry pads back to the like the clubhouse area, the locker room area, you can do this. And I was like, oh my gosh. So me and my brother go out there, and everyone wants to get McNabb. Then some kid got McNabb. I got David Akers, the kicker.
Oh yeah, kicker. Yeah.
Yeah. My brother got the big offensive lineman. Tony just told me his name. I think it was Trey Thomas, left tackle for the Eagles for a long time. I think his name's Trey Thomas. But we got up to McNabb. McNabb signed our photo, signed some cards from our brother. But I don't know, man. I haven't had like too many athlete interactions recently. Vlad Sr., Mattingly. I went to the Tops event a couple years ago. That was cool. Yeah, I don't know.
Did you keep your cards from that event? They gave you free cards there, right? Or no?
Yeah, I kept all the stuff from Mattingly and the Guerreros. I kept all that stuff. But all the other swag, I sold it all off.
I got an errand from one of the VIP parties. It's the VIP party, right?
Yeah. Did you get the 1-on-1?
No, it's a 15 or 25 or something, but it's autographed or whatever,
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
the golden ticket.
Yeah, so I'll try to go grab it in a second, but
You should, yeah.
yeah, a couple years ago. So this is like.
Oh, you're talking about the ticket that was in the Tops packs you can get
Yeah.
to go to the party. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to tell the story? I can still tell the story.
Yes, please tell the story. Yes, I enjoy this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was peak COVID 2020, summer 2021, and I hadn't been to the office in forever, and they called us in for something, and I had to go to like Walmart was at the end of the road, so I just stopped at Walmart and I grabbed like a single blaster of Top Series 2. It just came out 2021 Top Series 2, and got home, opened it. This thing falls out. It's like this folded up silver piece of paper. I open it up and it says, "Congratulations, you've won an invite to the 70th anniversary celebration party." I was like, what the hell is this? And I start reading it, and it's like you and one guest will be invited to Vegas and all this stuff or whatever. I was like, what the like what? So then it has a link and I go read about it, and it's like redeem, and we'll, they gave you the hotel. They didn't fly you out or anything, but they gave you the hotel for 2 nights, and they moved it to New York City. It was supposed to be in Vegas, but they moved it to New York City. So I went up and stayed up there, and we didn't know who the guests or the VIPs were going to be. But once we got there, they had like these cardboard cutouts all around, and then it was obvious that it was going to be the Guerreros, senior and junior, and then Mattingly. So we were at like a ping pong bar in downtown Manhattan, this huge Tops event. They gave us all this stuff, all this like we had duffel bags full of cards, like special event stuff, and then they gave us they came out and did like Q&A for like 30 minutes, and then you weren't supposed to get stuff signed by them, but people were getting all this extra stuff signed, like cracking out the baseballs that came and getting that stuff signed. But yeah, that was really cool. I actually got the ticket graded. I've showed that off before, but yeah, that was really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And how many people were invited to that event?
So there's only 50 tickets total. So there's 25 tickets in Series 1 and 25 tickets in Series 2. At the party, I remember there being only like 40 people, and it was interesting because like with it being COVID and all that stuff, it was February 2022, but New York was still kind of like locked down on some stuff, so some people didn't travel in, but I did see Tops raffling off some of the swag from that event a few months later, like the complete sets. Limited edition sets, like there's the 2021 cards, if they're all like a silver border and I say limited edition, it came from that party, and there's only 100 sets, so each person got 2, and then there was a bunch of stuff, like they gave out all these like buyback 101s, all these like special sets that we had, but yeah, it was awesome.
Any big rookies? I'm trying to remember who was the rookie in 21. I can't remember who it was. So bad.
The big names were like, it was a tough year, but it was like Jazz Chisholm, Kirilov, Alec Boehm.
I like Alec, yeah.
21 now.
It was just a rough year for rookies.
But still really cool.
Was that kid Brian Hayes too? Was he
Brian Hayes? Yep.
Was Franco 2021?
22.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's actually good then, right?
Yeah. It was so crazy. I came back and I took 2 extra days off from work because when I posted all that stuff on Twitter, I don't know if you were following me at that time, Matt, but like
not yet, no.
When I posted all that stuff on Twitter, man, I had so many packages going out, like I sold a lot of this stuff off.
That's great.
Yeah. I stayed like a few extra days in New York. Like Tops allowed me to use the group rate for the hotel, so I got like a discounted thing. It was really cool.
Do you have anything left from that event besides the ticket?
So I have the Mattingly autographs. I have the Vlad Senior autographs, the Vlad Junior autographs. They gave out dual autographs of the 2 of Senior and Junior. And then they made these like special, Platinum Anniversary, like the Chrome set.
Yeah.
They made a party specific set that was paper for the 1952 style. It was like base paper. It wasn't chromium. And they gave out 4 boxes to everyone. So there's 200 boxes made of the entire set. And each box had 4 parallels numbered to 5.
Jeez.
I opened one and Trout came out immediately. And I was like, that is staying. And so I have the Trout. It's red. I'll go grab it in a second.
Okay.
And then I remember looking on eBay and I was like, holy smokes. Like these boxes are a lot. I was like, I could pay a lot off right now. So I sold the other 3 boxes, but then I bought singles back. So I have an Ichiro red out of 5 from the party. I have a Soto red out of 5 from the party. I'm hunting. There's certain cards that I'm looking for from that because it would be cool to have because I was
Well, let me know because I'm a good finder on things.
yeah. Hold on, I'll be
Dave
right
found
back.
most of my cards.
Keep talking.
Good God, man! Like, I would have loved to go to that party.
Oh yeah, how awesome would that be? I remember when they were advertising it, I was still buying a little bit of modern in 2021 because I was trying to get Wander Franco, but for the most part, I quit doing modern in 2020.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if like all the tickets were found, or if there's still some in like Blaster.
Yeah, I'll
there's
guarantee.
still some packaged up, I'm sure. That not everything gets opened all the time, right?
Well, I got friggin' stuff in here, that is still from that time frame, still like sealed up.
That'd be painful to open one of those and get one of those, right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hey, Tops, I got one of the tickets.
I don't see how you can. I don't see how anybody can keep wax
Sealed.
sealed. Like, I buy a box of 88 Donruss that I pay $15 for. I know exactly what's in it, and I rip it. Like I can't have packs sitting here.
Okay, Matt, do you still have the cards that you got for free from that dealer when we helped them out and get silver packs?
Yeah, I haven't opened that.
See, look,
Yeah,
mine still sealed.
Mine.
Yeah, look, they're all sealed packs.
The Heritage, right?
I would have already ripped them.
Yeah, I got mine's still sealed too. I actually was going through this yesterday. I haven't opened it's Star Wars is what I ended up getting, but I haven't opened it either. Chrome or whatever, but
Can't do it. I'd have ripped them that night in the hotel.
I even got my I finally found at least one thing of like the
I have a
giveaways.
flyer on that Clark for you, Matt.
Did you
It's still sealed.
have you seen what these things are selling for on eBay?
Hopefully
About
more now.
$50.
Reese just got hurt, so like she's guaranteed Rookie of the Year because I saw Reese got hurt for the season. So
There's like $50, and allegedly there's a Wemby in here too. So I'm gonna hold on to him.
I wish I would have bought the damn VIP package.
I'm gonna hold on to him for a little bit and start getting them graded.
what's in this upper deck pack? I didn't open up that, but I see McDavid's on the back and Jordan's on the front. It's probably not worth anything because they're obviously just
Gretzky.
Did you guys open it?
I haven't opened mine.
Those aren't probably going for anything now, I'm assuming. I don't know if there was a Bedard in there or anything.
No Bedard.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
All right, Don,
Should have
let's
had
see
a
those
last trip to
cards.
Chicago.
All right, so here's the Trout.
Oh wow!
Oh man, that's gorgeous.
It's
You get a red autograph on there and you'd be set.
Oh yeah.
It's numbered out of 5. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this. It's right there, or right there.
Oh, I can see
I
it.
see it.
5 of 5.
So I pack pulled that one. I bought the Soto
Okay, so what's the grade on the Trout?
a 9.
9. Okay.
And they came out of this box. So like the Platinum Anniversary Edition that everyone knows from 2021, the Chromium is one box, but you could only get this box at that party.
That's so cool.
And then they gave out these like through the years sets. Like they came with like these like sealed things, and they're not numbered, but they have a certain stamp on them that says 70th celebration. And I don't know, it's like a 35 card set, but every mini set comes with an auto. So my first mini set I opened came with Ichiro.
Oh, perfect for you.
Yeah, for me, I was like, oh wow. So you can see it says like 2022 Topps 70th anniversary celebration Ichiro. It's a crazy label, but it has this special celebration stamp, and this is numbered out of 10. And then the second mini box I opened had a Trout.
Oh geez.
Stacked.
Yeah.
It's like the 08s, right? Is that 08 or 04 or 08?
This is 05.
05, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are not.
And this was numbered out of 10. And then I got 2 of these, and this was really cool to do. And I hope people are happy with it. But I got these 2 complete set limited edition celebration party sets. And what I did with these, and it's literally just the normal cards with, like, you can see on the limited edition, and they all have like this. It's showing as white, but they're like really gray. I broke these up into team sets, and I sold those off or traded those off to people, and then the ticket. And I had to send them all this like additional documentation, because what you can see on the top on the label, I had to send them pictures of Mattingly, Guerrero. Like I didn't have to, but I sent them all this additional info, like the date of the party. I sent them all these things, like supporting documentation.
Nice.
So that they could authenticate this.
Yeah, I'd want to keep that forever. I'd never get a pull like that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, I don't open packs anymore. That's the thing. I haven't opened a pack
Good.
of cards.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Friggin' Charlie and the Chocolate Factory here.
Seriously.
Yeah, never topping that again, man.
No, I would never rip another pack.
Well, even the ones you ripped out of that one, I mean, getting the trout out of that box is crazy, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it didn't come with odds or anything. There's no odds. And so, like, I'm sure people opened it in their hotel, right? But I didn't, no one knew what was going to be in them. So until you opened them, but you can find them on eBay, but they're expensive, right? Really expensive.
like $1,000 a box or more than that.
They might be. Last time I saw like one sell, it was several $100. But I don't know if they ever got up to 1,000 per box. But yeah.
Okay. Still really nice.
Yeah.
Because what was that one that just had at the Fanatics Fest? Cactus Jack or something? Like this, I don't understand.
Travis Scott. Yeah.
I don't know who Travis Scott was. I had to look it up. Who was Travis Scott? I'm so old.
People made several $100 immediately though, which is insane because like, you know, you had to like. I think there was like a raffle there was a raffle to get the chance to buy the box, and then you had to obviously come up with the money to buy it. I think that's.
Yeah, I think it's like $300, right? How much was it? About $300 or $400 to buy it, and then people sold it for $1,500 on eBay like immediately, and people bought them.
There's scrubs of their cards being sold for several $100, like numbered to 10. You know, like, whatever.
Give it a year, they'll be down.
Yeah. Let me ask this: what would it take if? I don't think it will happen, but I could go on a whole rant. I could go on a whole rant about the National versus Fanatics Fest. But what would it if they were running simultaneously? What would have to happen at Fanatics Fest for you to skip the National to go to Fanatics Fest?
That'd have to be like raffles for like winning old vintage cards, right? Like that'd have to be raffled off, like 51 or 52 top set, 53 top set, old Bowman sets, whatever, right? That they maybe hand collated.
Yeah, they would have to do something extreme, right, to get your attention.
Yeah. Like everyone at least gets a minimum of something like $500 of value, something, right? That'd be willing to pay to get in. But yeah,
a date with all the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. I don't know.
And all things equal too. So it's not like, well, the National was in Atlantic City that year, and Fanatics Fest was, somewhere cool. All things equal, they were in similar locations.
I just know my friend group isn't going to go to Fanatics Fest. That's really the most important. It's just not going to happen, right? So
I think that's the key part. Yeah.
I think it's an entirely demographic altogether at Fanatics Fest. Well, not altogether. There's going to be some overlap there, but the guys that go to the National every year and go to Strongsville and all that stuff, like they're not going to Fanatics Fest.
Yeah,
unless it's something insane that they put on there.
Yeah,
Dave's not going.
No, I mean if it was, if it was like at the same time, no, national hands down, I would go to that. But
The only
if
way
it
is
was
if your daughter could
Fanatics
beat
Fest,
Kelsey or something, maybe. Maybe if your daughter could beat Kelsey from Mahomes. No, not even then.
I don't know. No, I would probably if I would go to Fanatics Fest only if it was like not at the time of the national.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
And
even
if it
know
was
if I would
closer
go.
to,
Even if it were in St. Louis or Kansas City, I don't think I would go.
I mean, I would go just to say I went and experience what was there. Because I mean, there still is a card show happening.
Yeah, but that's almost like it's almost like an aside, like we're having this big Mardi Gras like celebration that we're calling Fan Fest, and oh, by the way, there's a card show. You're going to get to see Gronk smacking slabs off of dealer tables and the dog and pony show. It's not about the hobby. It's not about the cards. It's about the dog and pony show, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just one dude with an opinion.
Yeah.
Don,
I feel so.
I know, Don, you made some comments on Twitter what it would take to get. I know where your number. You have a number in mind, I think, right?
You keep calling me out as having these strong opinions.
No,
you do have
sports
strong opinions.
We'll call them.
Yeah, I made a joke. I said it started off at $5,000. Then I said $10,000. Like every time they announced something new, I just made the number higher. They were like, I said it would now take $20,000 for me to go. Well, Matt, did you see the thing where they reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, we'll comp your tickets."
I did. Yeah, I saw that they responded to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
you got their attention.
I shouldn't have been mean to that guy, but like, know your audience, man. Like, because he's been following me for a long time, and yeah. So Dave and Billy, like, this individual reached out to me and was like, "Hey, we'd love to invite you. We'll give you 2 free passes. A chance for like meetings and all this stuff, like to talk and give feedback and all these things." And what did I said? $20,000 cash, flights, hotel, all that. I gave him
down. You like double down.
I gave a list of things. I said that gets it done, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't think we could do that." I was like,
"I think you thought you're being serious." Right? I know you're kind of half serious, but half kidding. But yeah,
no,
ransom list.
It would take $20,000.
Do you have a very large Twitter following, or did he just happen to be a dude that followed you?
Yeah, he just happens to be a guy that follows me. I don't know. I have 2,300 people that follow me on Twitter, but yeah. Matt, you keep poking at me, man.
I'm teasing with you, Don. Come on, we don't get to see each other on camera.
Yeah, Don hates autographs.
Oh, come on.
Don hates Dallas. Don hates Notre Dame.
Well, at least I know where you've had shared opinions in the past. How about that?
Well, there was that one tweet where I said, "Here's the propaganda rankings," and I had like the state of Texas, Notre Dame.
That's what it was. It was Notre Dame football. I saw that one.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I can't remember if it was cult or propaganda, whatever it was. But yeah, no, the Dallas Cardinals was not a real card show. Which I think, to your point, it's not. It's rough. I just go because I almost out of tradition now. Ty really likes to go. We left there with more comic books than anything, per usual, right? So.
Oh, Dallas. Talking about the Dallas card show,
yeah. It's definitely back to mostly modern. In fact, a lot of the dealers that are vintage weren't there this time. Ash was there, of course.
Home turf.
Yeah, it's 40 minutes from their house. I was talking to his son. He's like, "Yeah, we go home every night. We don't even stay here for the show."
Don't they do that show every month in Dallas?
Every other month, and then they have one in the middle called, which you got. This is really going to maybe grind. It's called Investabilia in the middle.
No,
It's literally like comics. Funko Pop, Pokemon. I mean, it's kind of it's like maybe there's a little bit of baseball cards or sports cards, and it's mostly other stuff. And like I'm talking like swords, like random stuff, Star Wars stuff.
But that's sad because a few years ago it was a really good show down there. Right? Yeah. Like I've never been.
But I saw a lot of shiny stuff today that I'm just like, oof. I like some of the shiny stuff, right? I got some. I did find one table and I sent it to Splendid Sports. There was a guy that had like 2 Essential Credentials Pedro cards, and then a couple Randy Johnson, like the one of the Masterpiece one. I did one that's 1-to-1 from like the Flair Legacy, whatever.
Oh wow, yeah.
just don't see those every day. So I enjoy those kind of things, but like just like the 500 Brock Purdy's or pick your modern player. My wife likes Brock Purdy. I should make fun of that, but like I just really don't do it. I can't even tell the different colors. I can't even tell there's like 5 different blues or greens. Like they all look the same to me.
I mean,
purple rainbow unicorn poop.
I'm sure Dallas to Philly there are direct flights, my man.
I know. Well, no, I'm trying to save my shekels up for the not even really a show. It's that thing in February that happens right outside your house too.
You coming?
I'm trying to. Yeah, that's my goal. It's like a 1-day thing with Neff said Cards and one of his buddies, right? They kind of put it on once a year from Net 54 stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like it's a show and tell, hang out. Right?
Yeah, no, I mean the stuff because Andrew did that video with was it Walter Johnson's grandson or
Yeah, Hank Thomas. Yep.
Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, I'd just like to see some of those pre-war cards. I need to learn more. I don't know enough. I'm starting to know a little bit more, but nowhere near enough to be dangerous, right? So I feel like every set's got its own story and nuance. Then there's all those Unk cards that I don't even know what they are really, right? Or whatever they call them, UNC.
Unclassified, yeah.
So it's interesting. I can definitely see myself getting into it, but I've been trying to resist like Billy has. And it's because you just know it's going to take all your budget, right?
Yeah.
Dave dipped his toe in last year and hasn't. You kind of been doing that for other than a little bit of Drysdale. That's been your main focus, I guess, last year and a half, Dave, right? Or year plus, mostly pre-war.
Yeah, I mean, I just dabble in everything, but I mean, I do love pre-war, and I mean, I think this year at the National, I think I only bought a few pre-war cards, and then the rest were stuff from the 50s.
Okay, yeah, golden age. Okay,
you know.
Yeah, it was last year. You're pre-war heavy, pretty heavy pre-war, except for some of those Cuban cards were like late 40s.
Well, yeah, I think it was. What was it? Is it 40s? Let me see. Hold on. Let me look.
I love pre-war, but I know once I go in the pre-war rabbit hole, like I'm never coming back out. So I'm trying to get the vast majority of the post-war stuff that I want before I venture down that road. I was trying to find the worst 33 Gaudis that you have ever seen in your life.
Did you succeed?
I don't know what I did with them, but I found them in an old abandoned house on my uncle's land when I was a kid. And there's a Lloyd Wayner in there, and you can barely read that it's Lloyd Wayner. There's like so much paper lost, and they're like almost stiff as a board. It's hilarious.
Because they got wet or something at some point.
Yeah, they got wet. Who knows? They had rat poop and pee on them and everything else probably.
There you go.
And there's the two
One
Cuban.
of those top propagandist Montiel or whatever. I know I'm butchering that.
No, you got it pretty much.
Yeah, and the other one is the Montreal. It's the whatever they are.
Who's that? Who is the player?
It's Silvio Garcia.
Okay.
And then another one's Carl Hubble.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I used to have a Mel Ott from that set. That's awesome.
Well, I got this one for free. The dealer gave this to me for free. He wanted $200 for it, and then Orlando was like, "Hey, help him out," and he was just like, he's like, "Let me see the card." He looks at it, and he was like, "Here, take it." And I was just like, "Huh?" And he was like, "Just take it." And I was just like, "You're giving it to me?" He was like, "Yeah."
Get out of my face. Go, peasant.
Well, no, because I was standing there and I asked him how he got into started collecting Cuban cards, and he told me he was at some card show and he just seen some guy that was sitting there like whatever his name was, and he was signing autographs for free, and he was like, "Who is this guy?" So he just walked over there and started talking to him, and I think he said he was there for like 2-3 hours chatting with the guy and learning all about the Cuban history of baseball and the players and the Negro Leagues going down there and stuff, and he just was hooked on it. So then he goes down and was getting the stuff, and doing the paperwork to bring it back in, take it out of the country.
Wow.
So you probably know him, Don. Ryan. I can't think of his last. What is
Ryan Nolan?
No, not it's I don't know. I got his business card around here somewhere. When I find it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it was kind of crazy for that one, But yeah, I just collect everything.
But no non-sports yet, right? You ever done any non-sports yet, Dave? I know Don's big into non-sports.
No, I think it was like non-sport. Well, the only thing I got
whatever
this
that
year
term
was
is. Historical figures, whatever you want to call it.
The Fred Rogers card that
Oh yeah, the one that we got from
all. But I was a non-sport stuff when I was a kid. Collecting like the Batman cards, the Ninja Turtle cards, not wrestling. What was it? I'm trying to think what else. Like Dick Tracy when that movie came out. So it was just like that weird, goofy crap that came out during like the late 80s, early 90s. But since I've been back in it, I'm like, I don't buy any of or do any of the non-sport stuff. I know you're big into it with Franklin.
Yeah, I only do Franklin stuff. Although I bought one the other night that's coming. It's not here yet, but my first non-Franklin non-sports card. But yeah, Don's got a crazy good collection on, at least last I knew anyway. Like it's a Da Vinci, and you got a lot of artists, I think, right?
Artists,
primarily.
Yeah. Primarily artists.
I was in Marshall's today, and I thought of you, Don, because they had a Monet shirt in there.
No way.
Yes.
How great is that?
Yeah, it had like some painting on the chest, and it said Monet, and then they had the same thing on the back of it.
Oh wow!
So, I mean, if I get back over there or something, like, what size are you?
Oh no, you don't got to do that, man. That's awesome. Dude, I went to his house. I was at his house a few months ago in France. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I knew because I saw you on Twitter, but I was following your vacation. Like every day I wake up with Don's already got more done by the time I wake up, and I'm going to get done all day.
So if you went to Belgium, like outside of Mons, there's a house that Van Gogh lived in before he cut off his ear. Yeah, I've been to that one.
There's man, I couldn't make it work, but Van Gogh's grave and Monet's grave are like 75 minutes away from each other. And I went to Monet's house and I went to his burial place, but I couldn't make it to Van Gogh's in France. But Da Vinci is also buried in France, like in the southern part of France.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a lot of early 1900s stuff. Da Vinci, Monet. Van Gogh doesn't have any stuff from back then. He has stuff from like the 60s. That's when he starts popping up in sets. But Rembrandt.
Were you in Paris?
I was, for a week.
Did you go out to Jim Morrison's grave?
I didn't even know he was buried out there.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
In Paris?
In Paris.
What?
He's pulling the Google machine up.
Like pulling it back to 1 minute.
Dude, I had no idea he died in Paris.
I don't know if he died in Paris, but he's buried there.
Yeah.
And then there's another in the same cemetery. There's like another, there's an actor or an author or something like that that's buried there in the same cemetery.
Oh, wow.
Got to go back, Don.
You are correct.
Twist your arm.
Yeah. And then since you were there, did you go to Napoleon's grave that's there in Paris too?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I went to that museum is sweet. That whole military thing complex.
Have you been to like any baseball players in the States graves?
Yes. So if you ever come to Arlington National Center, well, you've been to Arlington, right?
I've been to Arlington.
But
who's there?
So what the hell's his name? There's a Hall of Famer there, Negro Leagues player. Judd Wilson is buried there.
Okay.
Spotswood Poles is buried there. He had a Purple Heart in World War I, nicknamed the Black Tie Cobb. His numbers, like when you read them on Wikipedia, are insane, but like they're not in the official record, because the leagues were really weird back then, like 1910s Negro League type stuff. He's buried there. Judd Wilson's buried there. Lou Blue, who was he was the first baseman with the Tigers. Cobb really liked him, took him under his wing when he was the manager. Those are kind of the bigger names, but there is something cool. In World War II, obviously we know all about the players that went and, served, Berra, Feller, Ted Williams, all those guys. But only 2 Major League Baseball players died in World War II. I'm going to feel really bad about not knowing the one guy's name off the top of my head, but there's an individual named Elmer Gedeon, played for Washington, and he had cups of coffee in the bigs, and then he went really young, and he died. I think he was in the Air Service. I don't think he was a Marine or in the Army, but there's a whole thing on this where Arlington did not list him under the notable names. And I was like, this is a Major League Baseball player that died in World War II. They listed Judd Wilson and they listed Spotswood Poles. There's also a boxer there. I forget. I feel bad on the spot, not knowing. But I think they just corrected this on Arlington's website where they now list Gedeon. Or they're starting to do it in advertisements. But
okay.
Yeah. One of my videos from a year and a half, 2 years ago is actually at his grave. For Memorial Day, I went and visited him. But yeah, there's a lot of baseball players. There's if you go on Baseball Reference, if you click on any player that's dead and it shows the burial place, you can then search by state and look for all the graves. And I think Saber also does this with the baseball graves. But
okay.
there's 20 baseball players buried in Arlington.
Okay. So I know up in Pennsylvania, I can't remember, it's off of 80. All right, there's a spot that's where Christy Mathewson's buried.
Yeah,
so
at Bucknell University.
Day trip for you, day trip for you. I've been to Shoeless Joe Jackson's gravesite.
Yeah, South Carolina.
Yeah. And the house he lived in, they turned into a museum. I want to get out to Ty Cobb's because he's out in Georgia. So that's, a few hours. Wouldn't mind going out to that one. But I know when last year when we were in Chicago, I wanted to go to Ernie Banks and Cap Anson's. But they're so far apart from each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're not in the same cemetery. But
yeah.
I just feel like it's kind of interesting. And I know I'll be going down to Florida next month. And I want to go to Joe Tinker's because he's in Orlando. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah. I know Walter Johnson is close. I mean, Walter Johnson is probably the closest one to me, and I haven't been to it. It's 30 minutes away. Just DC traffic. That's Rockville, Maryland. And Home Run Baker is in Maryland, but he's Eastern Shore, Maryland. So that's kind of far.
How far is Philly for you? Is that a flight or do you drive there?
It's 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could fly, but
not worth it.
No.
Only saved like 30 minutes. You had to go to the airport and all that mess. Yeah.
And the problem is like the Philly show isn't even Philly. It's not even. It's 30 minutes northwest in the burbs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you gotta have a car.
Same thing with Dallas Pro Show. It's not near DFW. It's or even Love Field. Either one. It's an hour from Love Field probably. Yeah, it's kind of. It's not really Dallas. It's Allen. It's almost Oklahoma.
So do people? What do people do? Do they rent cars when they fly in, or they Uber?
Probably just Uber because again, they're not. And once you're there, there's everything you need right there. You can walk to all kinds of restaurants across the street and everything you need is close by. So they probably just Uber once or on the way back, and that's it. Or people pick them up, whatever, right? So. But yeah, it's hard to recommend Dallas. Like you know, even Mike has gone way less than he used to go a couple of years ago. Right? He probably just casually noticed it, but like people just like we just go because it's tradition. I feel like more than anything because we always go. So
I mean, it's a massive show, right?
It's big. It's 700. I mean, they have 4 ancillary rooms plus a huge room of hundreds of tables, but
right.
A lot of the same stuff, or a lot of the modern stuff, right? So there's always this, and a lot of people have the same inventory. I feel like too, like, if you know what I mean. Like some of those dealers you just recognize, like it's the same cards or same. Some of it's really cool though. Some of the old stuff, like the photos and autographs and stuff, are neat, but like more like museum pieces, I guess, at this point than trying to actually sell these items. So,
are you doing Strongsville again?
Yeah, I'll be doing Strongsville and then the National, and then that's what I'm trying to figure out what else I get to do. We're trying to get one big trip in next summer too for my son's going to be a senior, not this fall to start, but next fall. So I want to get we think about doing like a Europe trip ourselves for like a week and a half or so next summer. So it's going to be a busy summer, but yeah, we'll do the National, but then won't stay as long. Probably Tuesday through Sunday instead of Tuesday through Monday. Try to cut it off, and we'll fly again once rates get more normal.
Hey,
the rates just open. I was like, what's that?
Didn't you say it was like $900 from Dallas?
Yeah, they just opened up yesterday. The flights open. I saw Sammy booked his, and like just normal American, like basic economy, $922 a ticket. So obviously I didn't book any tickets yet for airfare. I'm like, well, that's a lot for me. At least to me, that seems expensive for a 2-hour American flight, basic economy. I don't know. I'm thinking like $300 or $400 that's my sweet spot.
Yeah.
So I'll wait a little bit or use miles.
Better than driving 2 days.
Oh, no, I need that. That's why I need the time saver. I don't want to waste extra days off, right? But I'll be a little more patient than I typically am. Try not to be so brash and just buy things.
Yeah, I was asked if I was driving up again next year, and I'm like, no, that's too much.
No. Well, because you flew to Chicago the first year too, right? Or 2 years ago, or a year and a half at least. Yeah,
well, last year, I flew to Chicago. I'll drive to Cleveland, but I'm not driving to Chicago.
No.
That's 13, 14 hours.
Yes.
You know, by myself, because Grayson ain't driving, so I got to do it all by myself.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's easier, and you got somebody else to help you drive.
Well, and all the hotels are close to O'Hare, so like you're talking what, a $10 or $15 Uber probably. Well, maybe a little more because the airport gouging, whatever, $20.
The airport, I just get on the shuttle, take the shuttle.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean we're still like the Crown Plaza has a shuttle, so I just.
Okay.
The hotel rooms are like $250 a night. That's a lot of money for a hotel room for this guy. Like that's insane for me.
Yeah. The rates have gone up quite a bit. Since they opened up, they just got skyrocketed. Like
the week before the National, they're like 130 or 140, maybe 180 a night, I think. But then the National, they go to like $250, and that's with
Chicago taxes were like $330, $340 a night.
Yeah. So I really don't know if I'm going to go to the National in Chicago this year. I think if it works out for me to go to Strongsville, like if I don't have any major baseball stuff going on that weekend, like I'll go to Strongsville, and that'll be probably the only big show I do.
Don, have you figured out Strongsville, yay or nay, or is it too early? They haven't got the date yet, right?
Too early, yeah. What did you say?
They haven't posted the date yet. They won't post those till January. I went and looked. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good either. But yeah, I don't know. Strongsville, I liked it. I thought it was great. I want to stay as long as I did last time. I stayed all 3 days. But
yeah,
I want to do that again. But I liked it.
So since you two went to Strongsville, like since you didn't like the 3 days, Don, right? Matt, did you feel like 3 days was too much, or would you feel like maybe like get there, see everything, do one other day, and then be done with it?
I think you can do like the Friday, leave Saturday afternoon. Like come in Friday morning, go because it opens around noon if I recall on Friday. So you got like noon to 6 or whatever it is. Then hang out Friday night. Like I'm sure Chris hopefully will try to coordinate something again if he's able to. We'll get something organized there. And then Saturday you probably leave like at 2 or 3 and be good because it opens at 9 I think, right? And you're literally walking across the parking lot from the Best Western Plus, whatever it is, right? So it could be more convenient. Like it's even more convenient than the Crown Plaza if that's possible. But yeah, it's. I think it's a good show. I think it definitely favors our circle of people that like the vintage. Probably steer towards vintage. I think there was like 1 or 2 tables for modern. I saw a couple of like
yeah.
I think maybe just 2 dealers. I think I saw because I think it was Triple Crown. JT found like a Finest Refractor Thomas, but they were like way out of the price zone, right? So I think the people that had modern were kind of knew they were the only ones in the room. They priced it accordingly, I guess, right? So not priced to move.
So with you two at doing Strongsville and then going to the National, how did you feel that the prices, like were they more at Strongsville or more at the National?
I thought the National was pretty good. Like people were willing to negotiate more than I expected on some of the cards I was able to pick up, right? Obviously Davey did a lot of negotiating for me, and like especially on like the Ruth, right? But like the prices in general, I thought were better than I expected. Strongsville, I bought a couple cards because kind of a limited view of what I was looking for. I need to be a little more open-minded, probably. I knew I was kind of holding up on the Ruth at Strongsville, so I kind of purposely didn't look at those cards, if that makes sense, because I wanted to buy it at the National. Kind of had in my head. I need to stop doing like preconceived notions, but here I'm already planning to buy Widener next year in Chicago, so probably not listening to myself very well. But
what did you say you're planning on buying?
Oh, Widener's next. He and Ruth had the second most votes. They tied, so I'm kind of going in order of votes, which I know is a silly way to do this, but so. Don, what do you think about prices?
I think like Strongsville, I see the same dealers at Philly, Chantilly, Strongsville, right? It's the same the five best booths at Strongsville also do Philly and Chantilly. So I see them nonstop, right?
Yeah.
So in a 6-week span, I see them 3 times, right? When I go to Strongsville, if I go again. So it's like, it's not like nothing there is going to blow me away of like, oh, wow, they brought out something, super unique we haven't seen before. Now, Strongsville obviously had dealers I've never met before because they do have a pocket for some of these local guys that have been doing it a long time, right? And then the National is just, I don't know, insane. But I think Strongsville is just fantastic because it's so condensed towards, from pre-war to 1970s baseball. It's just, if that's your jam, it's there. And the people aspect of it too. I know people have said like, oh, you look up and look around and, oh, there's Matt, or, there's Dave, there's Andrew. Like you can't beat that. So in terms of prices, I think, I don't know, the National definitely had some wild ones. I mean, I was able to buy stuff at the National. So I don't know. I had no complaints. Right.
Because you didn't find anything in Strongsville, did you? Maybe some Don cards, maybe?
Yeah, that's when I started the Don collection. Is I was walking around with John Keating, and he does like the Ray Keating cards.
Yeah.
And he was just like flipping through a box, and I started to flip through like 1957 tops and 1965 tops, and I was like, man, there's so many players named Don from these like that I knew Drysdale and Sutton and those guys and Newcomb, but there's commons, and there were $2, $3, $4. So I just started to buy all of them that I could. I bought every Don card this guy had. Probably bought like 25 of them. And then I started the whole thing in like then I went to Chantilly. I bought more, and then it's really fun. But yeah, the Don collection.
You're gonna keep that though, right?
What did you say?
You're gonna keep the Don collection, right? I know you went through a view of your collection.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Dan says Don Mossy. Yes, I have a Mossy. I have a 57 Topps Mossy.
Have you gone to Baseball Reference and figured out how many there are, or Saber, or wherever, to figure out how many?
There's a lot, man. There's a lot, and then here's something that I'm weird about is I was like, oh, I could extend this to Donnie, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't like when people would spell Donnie with an IE because I went with Y, right? So I don't like IE Donnies. I will draw a line. There's also a player in the late 60s, early 70s. I forget his last name, but he was Don with 2 N's. Nope. Doesn't count.
Got it.
Okay.
So no Donald? No, just Don?
I'll do Don. Yeah, Donald, yeah.
Don and Donald. Okay, got it. Good to know.
That's funny.
Yeah, like right there.
There you
Drysdale.
go.
Yeah.
See, I filled that spot, so finally filled it.
There you go.
Yeah, yours is nicer. Yours is nicer than mine.
I got this
I
at
got
the
a 3.
National.
I did too.
Clubbies.
It's awesome.
I don't have that.
I started my Drysdale collection off with the rookie.
Yep.
It's a good way to start. Get the biggest one out of the way first.
So did I? Wait, no, never mind. I lied. I thought I started off. No, I ended up buying this first with a stack of other Drysdale cards and stuff, and then I went and bought the Drysdale. That's right. Damn it! I thought I
Was
started
that your
off.
Johnny Mize? Is that what you just showed there? Or what was?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that was nice. Yeah.
52 tops, Johnny Mize.
That card is sweet.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Such a beautiful card. Got it for cheap. And stuff. Yeah. Let's see. What is Dan saying?
There you go.
So, like, I felt like at the National that raw cards prices were like ridiculous. Like seemed like they were asking graded prices on raw cards.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's unique to the National, though. We've noticed that at some of the shows in St. Louis and in Columbia that, you'll have a dealer with a table full of raw stuff that's priced like 7s, and you pick it up and it's nowhere near a 7. I think that's getting more and more common to where we're charging exorbitant prices for raw stuff.
Now, is it more like the set binders or the? Oh, God, sorry.
I was gonna say, are they pulling out their Beckett books on you?
Well, and some of them write it on their book price, blah blah blah, and it's like the once a year book that they put out now. Is that what you're going by?
I'm sorry, Matt. I cut you off. What were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say I've noticed I'm trying to finish off this 55 Bowman set for Ty. We're not to 7 cards, but Dave, you're with me. I don't want to disparage the dealer on here, but like it was like $65 for a Bowman Empire card. I'm like, this is crazy. I know those aren't cheap, but like for an ungraded umpire, it wasn't like chocolate, or it wasn't like a Hall of Fame or anything. It was just a normal, normal Empire, right? So I still got it because we're trying to get the set done, right? But I don't know. And it was there. I still paid for it. Don't get me wrong.
But the umpire cards are high numbers, though, right?
They are. But I mean, like, I don't know. If you can get a Hall of Famer one for like $40, I should be able to get like the average person for way cheaper. So
yeah,
we're down to 7. I didn't see. We looked today in Dallas. We didn't see any that we needed. Ty was a little disappointed. He wanted to finish it off, and he's like, "We should order 6 off eBay and look for the last one." Like, Ty, if we do that, we're gonna find those other 6 at a table. I'm like, we're never gonna find that one card. We should just buy them all and be done with it. move on to the next set. So I'm trying to convince him to just finish it. Yeah, there are some of those too where they'll have like and they'll be in some big old gnarly screw down too, and you can know it's like been pressed and cleaned like to the point it's gonna come out. It's so thin, no one will slab it up.
Comes with a Kurt's cardboard tag.
Oh my god!
Hey, he went to Strongsville. He was walking around.
He was
I'm not
there.
joking.
Yeah.
You remember that? He was walking around.
He was there.
I saw a video of his. I didn't watch it, but one showed up in my feed the other day with some kind of card altering shenanigans that he was teaching people how to do. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't soaking. It was something else. And it was like,
there's one out there. He did a leaf spawn where he touched it up. He like got the Q-tip out of his solution, whatever it happens to be, and he's like pressing down a corner. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Making it like super white on the borders again. I'm like, this looks too white now, right? Looks like the people have like the the white teeth whitening, and it goes a little too far.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's everybody has their own opinion, and nobody's opinion is more important than someone else's. But I think the vast majority of people would in the hobby would say that that's altering cards and shouldn't be done.
Yeah.
And so to me, the fact that the dude has a YouTube channel like teaching people how to alter cards is mind-boggling to me.
It is weird though, because comics we're getting into, they like pressing's okay.
Yeah.
But if it's like restored, there will be like different color. I know everyone hates the word slab, whatever, right? But there'll be like it's almost like a purple bluish color versus like the normal color.
But it's accepted in the comic book world.
Yeah.
Just like the art world, right? But
yeah, to me, art's totally different though. When it's just one of a kind like that, you want it to be restored to look nice, right? So
yeah.
I get it both ways, right? I don't know. I think if people are transparent about it, you just know they're not, right?
Well,
like that Brock Purdy card, right? That Brock Purdy card's been going around the internet.
Even if they are transparent, like who was it? I think Theo was like, what happens when that dude croaks and somebody else ends up with that card? Like maybe that dude knows it's altered, but what about 2 and 3 hands down the stream? It makes my stomach churn, really.
Yeah. Like I said, the genie's out of the bottle. Like it's too late to like go back. It's already decades of card alterations have happened, right? So
well, and that's the thing is it's been going on forever. But this you're in public, like with a YouTube channel showing people how to do it. That's like next level to me. You know what I mean? Like
well, I mean there's other channels that like show you how to like soak cards, off of paper to get like so the glue doesn't like damage them also.
Yeah, and I don't think that's right either.
So what? Yeah, let me ask you because that's kind of where I'm at with the Venezuelan cards, right? Like, do I want ones with the backs good, but I know it's been soaked most likely to get a good back, or do I want the ones with the paper loss? Because you're not going to get both most likely, right?
I got a Venny the other day. Ben from Blix Cards sent me one, and I almost fell over.
The 62?
Yeah, 62 Stam Usual.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Once it got the Spanish on the back, right?
Yeah, it's the only Venezuela I have. I thought it was super sweet. And that's it's even cooler because it's got Coach written on the back and ballpoint pen.
Nice.
So somebody wrote Coach.
That one's great. Like that one looks really good. Maybe, and not all of them probably went into books. I'm obviously generalizing, right? But a lot of them were just pasted into whatever they had, right? So
there is a spot right here where you can see that there was something stuck to it, like maybe tape residue or something on the back. But yeah, generally it's pretty good. I'm probably gonna get it graded. It's the only one I have. It's Stam Usual, so it was super cool.
Does he have a 59 Venezuela? I can't remember if he has a 59 Venezuela or not. I think he might.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I didn't know about Venezuelans until probably since I've gotten on YouTube. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, did you watch the interview? Sandy had the guy that went down there on several of those trips. Kind of what Dave was describing about the guy with the Cuban cards. Like, I cannot remember the guy's name for the life of me, but he talked to him for over an hour, I think, about I had multiple trips down to Venezuela, and people were bringing there was lines of people meeting them outside the hotels to drop off their cards to get money, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I love the Venezuelan cards, though.
Yeah, they're neat. They're definitely not something that you see every day, you know.
How many different countries do you have represented in your collection in terms of distribution?
Since Franklin, quite a few now with Franklin added, right? Because
with that you get England, you get Germany, you probably get Belgium, right?
Again, I don't know enough about the Liebig, but they're different languages. But were they still producing the same factory? I don't know.
No. So they come from different ones, right? They come from, I think there's like a Welsh one.
Yeah, I got the Italian, the Dutch,
Belgian,
French, and German.
Yeah. So those are all different.
Yeah. Because I got that rainbow finish for the 1908. That's older one. It's 1908. But
yeah.
I mean, with Franklin quite a bit. If it wasn't
those,
Franklin, just a couple countries for me.
What are those sports cards? The one I got you, I sent you the Aaron, Matt.
I'm probably misremembering.
You remember? It's like it says printed in Italy.
I got them. Yeah, the sportscasters. Excuse me, the sportscasters.
Yeah, the sportscasters. Does those count as like different things because it says it's printed in another country?
Yeah, Japan and Italy, and there's Belgium. To your point, there's Belgium for those. There's Finland. Yep. So yeah, I think you sent me a Japan one. I want to say, and I bought the Italian and I think a French one.
The Italy one.
Italy, okay. I got them all here, but yeah, I showed a couple the other night when I must say drinking with Sammy too much. I started showing a bunch of cards. I don't remember even showing them all, but probably I was showing cards quite a bit. But I pulled those out towards the end because he pulled out some of his sportscasters for Seaver, I think it was. Those are really neat, though. I finished watching the one Aaron was on there. I don't know, maybe right before the National from Value Vintage, and he had like the Gretzky, which is like a kind of a rookie card, rookie year, whatever issue. And then he also had a Larry Bird, I think it was, from that set. They're neat, though. They some of the pictures are better than others, obviously, right? But for what they are, you can get them really inexpensively for the most part. I think Finland's the one that seems to be the most expensive for Aaron so far in my searches. But Don, where are you at with number of countries? I'm sure several, right?
I mean, I think for North America, just the States and Canada. I don't think I have anything from South America or Central America. It's mostly Europe, Western Europe, England, France, Germany. I have some Japanese baseball cards from Prestige Collectibles. If you get into so with the artists, it's mostly going to be Western Europe. But if you get into music, then that's a whole other thing with Australia and South Korea.
Yeah, Portugal. Let's do South America too, right? Like Portugal.
Yeah, Brazil. I put it in the one chat where there was a Christy Mathewson card with John McGraw from Angola. I was like, man, this is cool. People were going after that. That was from 1927 or 1928. Man, there's so much random stuff out there.
Pele's got stuff like South Africa. Aren't there some South African cards for Pele? Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking something else. But
oh, I haven't seen those. Yeah.
It's interesting. So you got Cuba, you got Dave, you got a couple countries, right? You have Venezuelan yet or not yet?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No. I know you and I were looking at the 64 Drysdale.
Yeah.
One that
I just got my Aaron in yesterday for 64. It's pretty pumped to get that one in finally. 3 weeks later with the authenticity, right? Of course.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I definitely want to get some pennies, huh?
I'm sure you have some 80s Panini sticker book cards printed in Italy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Trying to think.
Well, there was that Panini Tyson rookie card, right? Or I think that was rookie was a Panini sticker, wasn't it? Or something. I want to say. Could be misremembering.
I'm not sure.
No, it was an Italy. It was an Italy
But it was from
print
Panini, right?
card,
Wasn't it?
sticker. I don't know if it was Panini, but I know it was from Italy though.
If it was a sticker from Italy, the odds are it was probably Panini.
Yeah, Tyson. Don, based on what you said earlier, doing the math in my head that I tend to not be able to stop doing, but like you missed peak Tyson. But man, those mid to late 80s Tyson was like you had to watch it all 40 seconds of it. I remember my dad would pay $50 for like literally a minute.
Yeah, I wasn't even alive.
I know you missed it. Oh my gosh, it was definitely everyone. I mean, the whole neighborhood would get together to watch it. It was just crazy. I can't even describe it.
Yeah.
But it was must-see TV. I wasn't even into boxing before Tyson. I'm sure it's probably like Ali back in the 50s or 60s or whatever, right? Late 50s or 60s. Similar, right? So
someone told me a story one time where there's this thing in New York called the Empire Games, and it's essentially like a junior amateur Olympics, like for youth, right? For anyone under the age of, I think they cap it at 19, but it's like a junior Olympics for the whole state. And someone told me the story once where when Tyson was there when he was 14 or 15, and he was knocking people out with headgear on at 14, 15. And I was like, what? And it's like, holy smokes.
In my Air Force days down in South Carolina, in Dave's neck of the woods, I went to a big party one night where they had the Tyson and Holyfield, the infamous fight on.
ear biting.
So I was there at a big party the night that Evander Holyfield got half of his ear bitten off. I will never forget that. That was like the shuttle exploding when I was a kid.
Yeah,
that was like
that Challenger.
Yeah,
we all know where that date 86, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a Buster Douglas back here autograph.
Oh, I remember waking up to that. So that happened like, was that Japan? Where did that fight happen at? Was it the U.S.?
It might have been Japan.
I want to say I went to bed. I woke up the next morning and found out what happened or whatever. Maybe I can't remember how it happened, but like I remember thinking, there's no way he lost. There's no way Tyson lost to Buster Douglas. Like everyone thought it was rigged or thrown, right?
I'm gonna throw it in the Google box.
Yeah, I think I'm probably wrong. I was 10 or 12, whatever it was.
In the Google box. Like that was my thing. I wanted to pick up a Tyson autographed boxing glove at the National, and I was like, they were like $125, and I didn't pick it up.
Wow.
I was trying to save my money, cards, yeah, and then go back, and I just never went over there and picked it up.
When was that?
At the National.
Just this last one for $125. Holy
$125.
Yeah, you were right, Matt. It was at the Tokyo Dome in Japan.
Yeah.
I thought it was in Japan.
It's crazy.
I remember that one too. That was a big deal. I was like a freshman in high school or something that year.
Yeah, because there was no internet yet. I think I found out like on the paper. I guess it would have been Sports Center already, though, right? I don't know.
Yeah, Sports Center. That was all the sports news. Sports Center, or did you guys have, where you grew up, did you have a George Michael sports machine that was on after the local news on Sunday nights?
No.
Man, that was awesome. I love that. I didn't even have cable back then. So like that was a big deal to be able to watch George Michael sports machine Sunday nights after the news, because they covered the national sports,
Yeah. I missed This Week in Baseball too.
Yes.
I wish that was a thing still. I try to think like that when I watch solo sports with Dom. That's kind of the closest I'm going to ever get to it again. But.
And just how awesome was the old school ESPN, like way back in the day too. Sports Center was so awesome back then.
Charlie Steiner. There's a lot of good folks. Obviously,
yeah. Chris Berman and Keith Oberman, and
the sports reporters on Sunday morning was one of my favorite things to watch too. Like with Dick Schaap and who would always host that? There's a lot of different sports. Like Mike Lupica was on there. There was a bunch of different guys every Sunday morning, right before like the pregame football kicked off. I used to love that show. they talk about various topics or whatever, right? But now everything's just via social media. It's kind of like it's kind of irrelevant. It's too late.
Yeah.
I think X gets things before, or Twitter, or whatever, gets things before anything else. I feel like, right?
Yeah. I was gonna like Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. That was when I was in high school. Like that was a huge deal. Like I wasn't going anywhere Sunday evening during the summer because I was watching Sunday Night Baseball.
Was it Johnny Miller and Joe Morgan or whatever? I'm like,
You guys have MLB TV?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like, you know how if you're watching a game, you can choose obviously which video, like you can choose which team's video you want to watch, and then you can choose which audio you want to listen to, right? And you can change it to the radio
version, yeah.
Mix and match, right? This is how cool. Like we take it for granted, but someone's mind was recently blown. A good friend of mine's dad, he's early 70s, and they had the nostalgia of Sunday Night Baseball with Joe Morgan and John Miller and all that stuff. So they're they live in the Midwest, so they don't ever watch Giants games, and they're not listening to Giants radio to listen to John Miller do the call, right? So the dad hasn't heard John Miller do a call in who knows how long, right? Well, my friend, not thinking anything of it, was like at his house one day and setting up MLB TV on the dad's like new smart TV, setting up the app, doing all these things. And they just turned on the game and he's like, watch this. And he changed it to like the Giants radio call. And his dad was like, how is John Miller coming through the TV? His mind was blown.
What is this sorcery?
Yeah, he was like, what is going on? He's like, I could have Cardinals video, but Giants radio audio, all this stuff. He was like, what is going on? I just think that's so cool, right? Because like one idea I had, and if you're smart enough to steal this, anyone in the chat, anyone that will hear this, go ahead. I want to take like Vin Scully, John Miller, Gary Thorne, go back, Phil Rizzuto, get all their recordings, and I want to build like an AI voice bot that you can at will have it call your game, right? And it will react with Ohtani and Judge and all that stuff. That's an idea.
Jack Buck, Harry Carey, man, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Like you would need thousands of hours of audio just to train the damn thing. But also like with how much stuff can happen in baseball, I don't know if like how good it could ever really get in terms of like all the nuances, right?
Yeah.
Like the one thing I know it would like absolutely fail on, and this is like me getting super nerdy, is like when Jose Ramirez knocked down Tim Anderson. Like how would Phil Rizzuto call that? Like, I don't know.
I like that idea. I definitely miss listening to some of those. Like Vin Scully, that was like when I had extra innings, whatever they called it back in like the mid to late aughts. I used to watch the Dodgers games every night just to hear Vin Scully's voice, literally.
Or imagine Mel Allen doing the recap on This Week in Baseball with Jose Ramirez.
Yeah,
and Jose Ramirez knocks Tim Anderson on his ass. How great would that be?
Yeah.
But like the old TBS Superstation with all the Braves games, WGN with the White Sox and Cubs games, like maybe I'm getting nostalgic, but it's different now that everything's just national. When at the national level they pick a game up,
Yep.
Like, how do they watch Braves games in Atlanta now? Does TBS still broadcast the games down there? Like,
I think it's like Bailey Sports or whatever it's called.
Oh, Bally Sports.
Bally Sports.
Yeah, like the Cardinals. Yeah, Fox used to be Fox Sports, whatever network. Yeah.
You need a subscription for everything. Everything's now a subscription.
Yeah. Even Peacock last night was a subscription, right? I think.
Well, and I have DirecTV, so we don't even have ESPN or anything now. I had to sync my ESPN with our Disney Plus app to be able to watch the Mizzou game tonight. And DirecTV went up $8, and we don't even have ESPN or ABC or anything right now. It's like
usually that settles like within 24 hours. I'm surprised it's still going on a week later. It's crazy.
bull crap. I bet you I'm on the verge of canceling mine because I don't need it now. So I'll just pick up Hulu or whatever because I have.
We do the YouTube TV and it's great for sports. Like, so even if you don't have the Sunday, like we have the football package through YouTube TV, but then like for college football they do like the multi-view. I get 4 games at a time. It's wonderful.
What so for me, like with MLB TV, I am blacked out for Nationals and Orioles games.
Yeah.
Right. And it sucks when the Orioles play the Yankees because I watch every Yankees game every year, right? As many as I can. So I'm blacked out Nationals, Orioles. Billy, you're probably, if you with MLB TV, Cardinals, Royals.
Yeah, like if there's a Cardinals, so like on DirecTV, they have 2 Bally Sports channels. One will carry Cardinals games, one will carry Royals games. And I can watch either one on Bally Sports. But on MLB TV, like I have 2 channels. One is like the national broadcast, and then the other one is like the backup game.
Yeah.
If the Cardinals and Royals are playing, I can't watch that second game on MLB TV. It's blacked out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's Toronto playing Tampa Bay. Like I can't watch it.
That sucks.
Yeah.
What about you, Dave? Probably Braves.
I don't get the Braves. I get everybody else but the Braves.
Yeah, so the Braves are your blackout team.
Mm-hmm.
And then Matt, Rangers. Astros.
Yeah, Rangers, Astros, and then but it's fine because I Phillies games what I'm looking to watch. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So that makes no sense, right? I collect Braves players.
I totally forgot that. Yeah, like you throw me off.
Yeah. So.
And the thing I hate about the MLB TV thing is it doesn't allow you to watch the World Series.
Yeah, you can't like
really any of the playoffs, right?
Yeah, no playoffs. Yeah, it stops.
Yeah, I do the.
I'm like,
I do the YouTube
for this.
Yeah, I do YouTube TV once a month or once a year. October, I buy it and then I watch playoff baseball and then
you cancel it. Yeah, for us it's better. We
How
live
much
out in
is
the
YouTube
middle of
TV?
nowhere. It's $85 a month now, I think, roughly somewhere on there.
yeah.
It used to be $40.99 when I got it, several years ago, and everything else keeps going up in price. But yeah, you add all the stuff you're paying for like Amazon Prime. I mean, I'm at $250 a month for TV basically.
My wife and I
We're all talking about cable.
What's that, Dave?
I said we were all complaining about the prices of cable, and then it's like, oh, let's go streaming, cancel cable, and then it's like you're subbing
My
into
wife's
everything else.
$6 for this and $20 Disney Plus. I guess the Disney Plus Hulu and ESPN's $20 now, right? Netflix is $25 now if you want 4K. It's crazy.
My wife and I were just having this conversation the other night because she wanted to get rid of cable. And streaming was cheaper, but now we have Disney Plus. DirecTV keeps going up. I don't even know how much it is a month. Like we have Amazon Prime, so we don't pay for TV, but that's the only reason why we have Amazon Prime is for the TV service.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we're paying who knows how much money a month, plus Hulu Plus and Paramount and all this other
Paramount
crap.
Plus, Showtime.
Be better.
Dexter coming back in a little bit, right? I gotta watch Dexter.
Yeah.
Shameless reruns.
Max.
Yeah, we have Max, we have Star, we have everything. That's bad. I don't think I get for free is HBO because AT&T. But again, by having AT&T, I'm paying too much for my wireless service, right? I should just do Mint or something.
Yeah, we have AT&T, so we get Max / Showtime, or / HBO for free because of our AT&T. But
yeah,
they just charge you more for it. Is all they do.
Yeah, the phone service is good, out of control. Yeah, it's crazy. It's definitely what is. I hate to keep saying stuff you say on Twitter, Dom, but in this economy, right? Like this is it's kind of crazy. Everything's just stupidly expensive, right? It's just nuts.
Bidenomics is working.
I don't know if it's just in general, everything's just out of control. Like definitely, I don't know. Like, there's no way the minimum wage could be $7 or $8. There's no one that could live anywhere near that. You have to have 4 or 5 of those jobs.
Yeah. Don't even get me started on that because YouTube will label me as misinformation and I will be banned
I don't want to ruin Dave's celebration here with that stuff, but yeah, it's just. But TV's kind of control. Then you add in Spotify, and you add in like your Audible. I mean, because Spotify, I'm never getting rid of that. And I think that's $20-some a month.
I let my sister pay for Spotify. I've been on her family plan for years, milking that.
Spotify is so good though, right? I'm never going to give it up. It'd be the last thing I probably give up.
Yeah.
We have Spotify, and don't ever cancel XM or Sirius whatever satellite radio. Like they'll call you for the next 37 years if you cancel that. I think they're still calling us, and we canceled ours like 5 years ago. They're still calling us one to start.
Well, because every time you buy a new vehicle or trade in, even if you get a used vehicle, they try to give you 3 months free or whatever, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I pay $12 a month for, or $12 a year, whatever it is for Sirius XM.
Yeah. But before 5G, I used to use it for baseball. Because you get a little bit of baseball coverage on there, right? Like I listen to it in my car, but like now the internet's good enough. You can I stream games in my car on YouTube TV or whatever, Apple MLB TV or whatever. But yeah, you couldn't do that.
Since they did the merge, you get all of the sports.
Yeah.
Well, and there's gonna be the radio station in Philly is gonna have a live stream on their website. So all you'd have to do is go to your website, their website, connect to your Bluetooth, and you can listen to Philly. I don't drive enough now to have to worry about it. Like I listen to YouTube on my 3-mile drive to work and back every day.
3 miles. I do like about 60 miles each way.
I've been there. I did 68 miles one way was my longest commute I ever had.
Matt, you're driving 60 each leg?
Yeah.
Each way was 68 miles.
I'm doing 60 now. I did 77 in California because the Bay Area is so stupidly expensive.
Yeah. Holy smokes.
But I had a Prius then. Now I drive a F1, like a big F-150 or whatever. Yeah. It's stupid.
As long as I've done is I did hour by train a couple years ago. Brutal.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you get your time at least. At least you can work or multitask then, right?
Yeah. That's true.
There were nights, and this was, I lived an hour south of St. Louis, so this was up like not even in St. Louis. It was like kind of west of St. Louis, so you had to go through St. Louis and then head west. And there would be a wreck on the way home, and it might take me 2.5 hours to get home.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. Like if it's fatality, it's going to be 4 or 5 hours for you to get home. Like, I've had that happen before, which is terrible to say. Like obviously, it's way more important. Remember, they shut the highways down. If you're like in the express lane, you're not getting out of there because it's like at the walls on both sides, right?
Yeah, it was. And this was back in the early 2000s. So this was before I could,
check Waze or Google Maps or whatever.
Right, or flip through 300 channels on my radio to find, sports talk or something going on. You know what I mean? Like options were limited.
It's crazy. It's not that long ago. That's why I keep telling my kids, I'm like, you don't realize how much stuff's changed in 20 years. Like, wait till you're my age. Like, it's going to be just insane.
Where's my flying car? I'm supposed to have my damn flying car by now.
Oh, my hoverboard, right? I probably need a bigger hoverboard now with my weight. But we saw one today at the Crutcher. Someone that was selling like a hoverboard. Like,
we've been bamboozled.
Well, I mean, the Cubs did win the World Series, but we're still
not the right year. Yeah, not the right year. Close.
Not the right year.
I wonder if Chris is still on here because we're living in bizarro world because the Royals have won a World Series more recently than the Cardinals have.
Yeah, but you had Pujols for a decade. Yeah, Pujols' best 10 years.
Yeah.
All right, Billy, let me ask you this question. Since you live like dead center, right? So you're a Cardinals fan. But why not a Royals fan? Like, it's weird because it's like you're the Cardinals fan and Chris is the Royals fan.
Well, see, I grew up an hour south of St. Louis. So that's Cardinals country. And then I didn't dislike the Royals until the 85 World Series happened. Then I hated them for about the next 30 years. And so since I retired from the Army and we moved back to Missouri, I tried to not hate the Royals. Because like kind of Columbia and West is kind of the line of demarcation. Like most people are still Cardinals fans, but you get more Royals fans mixed in. So since I'm back here, like I'm trying to like the Royals, and now that the Cardinals suck and the Royals are doing a little better, and the Royals have exciting young players, like it's getting a little bit easier to root for the Royals. I'm starting to wash some of my hatred away.
Okay.
Nothing's worse than I still can't figure out Jason in Chicago, a land area, but as a Cardinals fan.
Yes.
I can't reconcile that in my head because those two teams hate one another more than almost any two franchises I can think of. It's like Giants Dodgers, right?
That like the only non-Missouri sports team that I have ever rooted for when we had a sport in our state was I grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan, and we had the Kansas City Chiefs. We didn't have the St. Louis Rams yet. Once the Rams came in, like I kind of gone through a Chiefs phase. And then once the Rams came in, like I was Rams all the way up until they left. And then I was Chiefs again. But Jason, when he was here, he had like a Louisville jersey on with a Kansas Jayhawks hat. His last video was a Bears jersey with his Jayhawks hat. Like he's a confused individual. And I've been around people like that. Like when I was in Bozeman, at my last recruiting station in the Army, one of the guys that worked for me was from Kentucky or Eastern Tennessee and was a Green Bay Packers fan, a Tennessee Volunteers fan, and I can't remember like who his baseball team and his basketball team was, but they were like, he just picked like the teams that were doing the best when he was a kid and got into sports. You know what I mean? He was like a free agent, you know? And it was like, you don't make any sense. Like, you're from Tennessee. How are you a Green Bay Packers fan?
Yeah, I guess I'm the same way though, because I was in Indiana, Michigan. That's why I picked like Notre Dame, right, in Indiana Hoosiers for basketball. But like, and they did well a little bit. Actually, Notre Dame wasn't that good in the '80s, honestly, right? But more so early '90s, right? But yeah, I'm a Packers fan, but not because of Brett Favre. It was Don Mikowski. He was the Magic fan. Then Sterling Sharp was awesome, right? So like '89, and they were good. It was a fun young team, right? To your point. Yeah. And the Lions were terrible. They had Barry Sanders, and that was literally it.
But they're still in your region, though. You weren't like rooting for one team here and then another team in Texas and another team in California. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I grew up a Cubs fan too. But then I changed the Phillies with Utley came in like in 03, and I like second baseman. That's how that happened, right? Because Sandberg Utley, that was my transition, right? And then. The tough part with modern players is I'm loyal to teams more than the players. So like when the player leaves, I'm done. Like so when when Utley went to the Dodgers, I was done. So that's why I gave most of my cards to Joe or I sold them. I'm like, don't leave my team. So it's just hard to like current players from me because they leave your team, right?
Well, that's how I was for a long time with Pujols when he left the Cardinals and Griffey when he left the Mariners.
Yeah.
Utley, when he came to the Dodgers, so one of my childhood friends made his debut with the Rockies, and we all were in Denver for that. And we were sitting up close, and Utley was on the Dodgers, and he came up to the like on deck circle, and everyone there is like a big baseball fan. It's like, oh shit, that's Chase Utley, right? And one of the young kids with us, he was like 10. Looked up at his like stats on the thing and was like, man, this guy sucks. And like his dad was like, that's Chase Utley, man. Like,
he was good 10 years ago, believe me.
Yeah. Like, so this is 2015, 2015.
Right when he's about to retire, yeah.
Yeah, right when he's done. And we're all like, you don't know. He has an outside chance, but like that could be a Hall of Famer someday. You don't know, but like I thought that was so funny.
And he went to kids all about the numbers, right? And I appreciate that. At least they look at the numbers and respect that they know what's good supposed to look like, right? So
yeah, and I think he was hitting like 260. Like it wasn't like now that would be, above
pretty
average.
Good. It would be pretty good now.
He'd be top 30 or 40 right now. No, I'm teasing.
Yeah.
He only strikes out 130 times a season. Man, this guy's hard to strike out.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Who's your friend?
Tom Murphy. So he played on the Rockies, then he went to the Mariners for a few years. Now he's on the Giants.
That's cool.
He's injured right now, but yeah.
Do you collect any of his cards or no?
Man. You got the inside. You're like, hey, can you get so and so's like game used jersey? And like,
no, you don't want to abuse it, but Yeah, man. For a long time I had a lot of his cards, right? So cheap, right? It's awesome.
That would be super cool to have that connection, like with Greg and Matt Manning. And one of the guys I coach baseball with, his brother is the Schwellenbach kid that's a rookie for the Braves this year. Like, how cool would that be to know somebody at that level?
Mm.
I think it'd be super cool. I clearly never made it to that level.
No, we just get to know people with higher level of subs in the YouTube community, and
yeah, so we need to start rubbing up to Greg.
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
5K
just like
here. He's here.
Yeah, rubbing up to Greg.
like you see Lou in the comments.
Oh, in the arena.
He might be a little behind the chat, or maybe he's talking about the Buster Douglas fight. Right?
I don't know where he's at, but yeah.
That's funny.
I remember like one of Tyson's last big fights was Lennox Lewis, right? 2002, 2003. And that was like in the Memphis Pyramid. I remember that like being a big fight. And then I moved to Memphis a few years ago, and like we got our apartment, like we were living in Colorado, got our apartment, like we didn't visit, we just like booked it, rented it out. And then like as we were pulling in, I was like, there's the pyramid. Mike Tyson fought in that pyramid. And then I was like, I need to go in that pyramid. And it's like a massive Bass Pro Shops. Like they turned the entire inside of it into a big Bass Pro Shops.
With a hotel in it. And,
yeah. Like I think they like played college basketball there for a bit. Yeah. They had big fights there.
Memphis played the University of Memphis and the Memphis Grizzlies played there.
Crazy.
Do you remember how huge boxing was and how big of a deal it was to get a pay-per-view fight? Like UFC, and this is obvious probably, but like it's really kind of sad to me that UFC has killed boxing. Like boxing's not nearly what it used to be.
No.
Like those guys, it used to be a huge deal if Holyfield and Lennox Lewis were fighting, or Tyson and Lennox Lewis. Like those used to be huge fights that pretty much there would be that half the people I knew would go to.
Yeah. I'm 31, and I think the only like massive boxing fight that like literally stopped things, even if you weren't a boxing fan and you watch it, was Pacquiao Mayweather, right?
Yeah, we got that one. Yeah, we watched at my friend's house to watch that.
13 years ago, 12 years ago.
Yeah. Now the next big one will be Tyson fighting a content creator.
Yeah.
The next, if that ever happened.
Mayweather fought McGregor too, right? But that wasn't like
it wasn't a real fight. Yeah.
Yeah, like is there like a massive like Tyson Fury, and I don't even know who the heavyweights are really, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. Tyson Fury was the last one I knew.
Anthony Joshua. Like I know some of the names, but I don't know. Like
Triple G, I used to watch him quite a bit. Gennady Golovkin, but he's probably retired by now. Like he probably hasn't fought in close to 10 years. Like it's.
Do you guys have any boxing cards or no?
I don't. I don't have any non-sport. Like there's stuff that I would like to get, like music cards, maybe some old Star Wars cards, but like I'm such a derelict now already with football, basketball, and baseball and hockey. Like I already have a hard enough time focusing as it is already. Like I don't need to widen myself out.
Your net's already big enough.
Yeah, already any more than I am.
See, I feel with like non-sports cards, like they're cool and everything, but I'd rather spend my money on baseball cards.
Yeah,
me too. Like I love the old Star Wars cards, like the Goldenrod C-3PO. Like that's an awesome card. I would love to have that, but it's like, man, I could buy some really cool Hall of Fame rookie cards, for that.
Exactly. don't want to like purchase any of that stuff. I mean, I probably would if it was cheap, but then, you know.
Yeah, like you're talking about some of the music cards. Like Jimi Hendrix has some really cool music cards, and the Beatles and Nirvana, and like there are a lot of cool music cards out there that I would love to have. But man, there are millions of baseball cards that I want. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's tons of stuff. It was just, I mean, just not just music. I mean, when I got that collection from my uncle, there was like country music cards in there. I'm like, I didn't even know they even made those, And then what else was there? There's like movie star cards, like this, like whatever those cards were, and they came with like pieces of memorabilia, like stuff from clothes from a movie or something in there too. And it's like this stuff's getting crazy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, some of the modern stuff's expensive, like the James Gandolfini autograph card and stuff went kind of crazy after he passed away, right?
The who?
Sopranos card.
James Gandolfini.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm probably not saying his name right. The guy, the main character, Tony Soprano.
You did, yeah. There's someone like Heath Ledger Batman Joker cards. Those are starting to get big.
I'm sure Paul Walker Fast and the Furious cards, if they have those, and I'm sure they do.
I didn't even know they actually made cards from the Dark Knight. Like, I didn't even know they even did that.
Yeah, there's a whole set. It's all like, it's just like still like, it's like snapshots from the film. It's not like poses, like it's just still photos.
Like the first Batman movie back in the junk wax days. Like
89. Yeah. Tim Burton.
And when the Batman Returns, my favorite card was the Catwoman one. Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, dressed up as Catwoman. Like, yeah. Greg's like, the 4 collectors card has gotten pretty big too.
I got one somewhere here. Yeah.
Greg, I finally ordered one of your shirts from Scott last week.
Nice.
Why would you want his face on your chest?
Because it's funny. Like I wear my Christopher Missouri shirt too. Like, I'm a big fan of putting good-looking dudes on my chest. I don't know what to say.
You should mark that. We need to take some marks from some of this and record this to play later out of context.
Right? I need to get one of your shirts.
I do have my Walter Johnson shirt, just the Avatar thing.
That's cool.
Where'd you get that at?
You had it made, right?
Yeah, so I took a picture of my card, put it through like a AI cartoon app. It came out with an image, and then I just went to like one of the websites and just got it printed and shipped to me.
Okay.
Is that how you did your paint over comp shirt too, or did you make that at home? Or?
Yeah. So at the 2023 National, I walked around with a shirt that said "Paying above comps."
Yeah, that's what it was. Paying above comps. It's not just you. I think I actually do that. I typically do that unless my friends negotiate for me. Yeah, I've been known to pay way above comps on certain cards.
And that's Chris, Greg, best dressed guy in the state of Missouri. That's Chris. He's got his own face on his own shirts.
I'm thinking about for next year. Your mom has eye appeal because everyone keeps using
that. Your mom's a PSA 10. That'd be awesome.
Oh man,
I want your mom's rookie card. What year did your mom make her debut?
You could have like a.
She's a little off-center, but still great eye appeal.
You could have like a PSA trim this with an arrow pointing down. Men's size not met with an arrow.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. That's what I was about to say that, but yeah. Billy's not scared. He just went with it.
That's funny.
I was about to say that too.
So our minds were all in the same place. I
living that real dream.
Because if I wouldn't have got it out, Dave would have first. Because us military guys are warped.
Dave, we were just talking about this at the National, like humor, military humor.
So were we. Dave and I were at the frat house the first night I was there. Like sometimes we'll make a joke and people will look at us like we got a male appendage growing out of our forehead. But the dude that laughs is like, oh, that dude was in the military because he gets my sick, twisted humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I texted Billy yesterday something, and he was like,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
but yeah, it's I miss that military humor because I said something that first night you were there in the frat house, and like nobody like laughed, and you like kind of chuckled, and I like looked at you, and you were like, "Yep."
I didn't even have to say anything. Yeah, I knew exactly.
Yeah.
And then everybody else just thinks I think a lot of times they don't realize that we're joking. And it's like, that is the most obnoxious thing that could come out of anyone's mouth. Like, how could that be a serious statement? Like, if it's that obnoxious, I'm joking. I don't mean it. But sometimes you just get blank stares from people. And then it's fun now. Sometimes I will enjoy the blank.
Yeah, shock factor, right? See if you can get someone really.
Oh yeah, I love doing that. Like, I like to see how dark I can go before somebody else is like, "What's wrong with this guy?"
Before they just walk away uncomfortable, or hand you a free Cuban card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody call HR on you, and
yeah, they frown. That gets frowned on in the civilian world. But like the combat arms guys are the worst. They're colorful.
You said HR. My site lead last year gave me a shirt that says "Walking HR Complaint."
That's good.
I should bring that to the National next year.
See, it's not HR you have to worry about. It's that other group called Employee Relations. That's the one that does all the dirty work, right? When you have to talk to employee relations, you know you're in trouble. Human resources does all your benefit stuff, basically. That's what I've noticed anyway.
They send out the bobs.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to go talk to the bobs.
The pleasure is not on my side of the table when I have to talk to them from employee relations.
Luckily, I've never had any of those conversations.
Oh no, I mean, it's only been that where I'm the one trying to handle someone out of my company, right, or out of the company. So yeah, never fun.
Way, I've never been on either end of that, and would rather not.
No, stay away. Stay away.
I get to do similar things in ISS. In school suspension with my customers that come over.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to HR.
Dealing with the best of society, right?
Oh yeah.
Future Hall of Famers in the corporate, the civilian world.
Yes. Future burdens on the taxpayer.
And you get spotted a mile away too, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's as close to HR as I want to be.
But kudos to you for doing that every day. Education's gotten even tougher since COVID, I feel like, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think social media and like kids they're socially awkward. They don't know how to interact. So you've got kids that their hair covers their face and then they pull their hoodie up like here, and they're like trying to hide from the entire world because they're bothered by the whole thing. You know what I mean? It's sad. But my school has caught on to the harm of screen time. So the school is like taking like Chromebook curriculum, computer assignments out of the equation, so slowly but surely, and they're going to go back to everything in textbooks and paper. Yeah.
Good.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it'll be great when they do it.
I know my kids' schools this year, the district put into place like no cell phones during the day. So like literally even at lunch, they can't use their phones.
Good.
So it sounds like we have to actually talk to each other. I'm like, yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. That's what we used to always do. We didn't
Right.
have phones.
Right. But then they'll just sneak into the bathroom and hide out and smoke their vapes and play on their cell phones. Like,
So
because vapes are better for you than cigarettes.
Yeah. So when we had meet the teacher night before school started, back in August, and then one of the teachers that my son was supposed to have, it was a math teacher. She was new. My wife's like, so do you like teach, mostly on the Chromebook or on paper? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Like, do you do tutoring? I don't know. Ask him. Like, she's telling us to ask the other teacher. Next thing I know is like my son's over in his class doing math.
was she like one of the help? They have like sometimes they have like helpers or whatever, right?
No, she was brand new to the
yeah.
school and didn't know like her curriculum of what she's going to be teaching. If she was doing it fully, all her assignments on a Chromebook, half and half, paper, like whatever. It was just like, I don't know.
She must have been a noob. I'm hoping she was a noob. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt.
She was new to that school, but they were saying that the teacher that my son has now says no, she's been teaching for quite a few years, and it's like don't seem like it.
Well, and that's the thing about any job too, and it's really unfortunate. Like there are people that suck at their job in any field that have been doing it for 20 years, and I think. Especially in education, like if you're not good at your job after 20 years or however long you've been teaching, or you don't have any passion for it anymore, like you need to find something else to do.
Yeah.
Again, just one guy's opinion.
Well, yeah, you impact so many lives, right? Forever.
Right.
Because if they lose a whole year, it's tough to catch up, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Especially when it's just the early years when it's elementary, like where you only have a teacher. Like maybe high school could be different, right? Where you only have a subject, right? But still.
Yep. Well, we have veered way off.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like they need to be teaching. They need to be teaching like how to balance your finances, how to they bring back certain curriculum back into the school because like kids nowadays don't.
That's what Greg does. And I'm fairly new to education, and I haven't done like traditional education since I've been in here because I did Army JROTC for 2 years, and this is my second year as the in-school suspension guy. But I think really what happened is as America's educational standing started to kind of recede a little bit as far as relation to Japan and China and all these other countries that started to pass us up, I think that the powers that be within education said, well, we need to move these kids quicker through math and get them in harder math earlier. So now like the vast majority of the kids at my school are in Algebra 1 or Algebra 2 their freshman year. Whereas when I went through school, it was maybe 10% were in Algebra 1, maybe a little bit higher than that. There was maybe 2 or 3 kids that were like, the highest flyers were in Algebra 2 our freshman year because we spent more time on the fundamentals of math. Like we spent years with multiplication and all that other stuff and then went into division. Now they move through that stuff so quickly that they don't get the fundamentals under them. And then they're moving to harder math. So how can you start multiplying if you haven't mastered being able to add 872 plus 1538, but now you're doing multiplication. And I see it every day, kids that are in Algebra 1 that don't know how to do the problems for their class.
Yeah. I mean, how are they supposed to be buying baseball cards if they don't know how to do math?
Can't check comps.
Or counting change back when they're making $37 an hour working at McDonald's. They don't know how to count change back,
Yeah, literally, it's a struggle to watch them count it back. It's almost like just keep it. I've done that before. I'm just like, just keep it. I don't need the money back. It's fine.
Them counting $10 worth of change back to a customer, and I had to work the a concession stand for a volleyball game last night or night before last for baseball fundraising, and watching some of these dudes trying to count change back when all the prices were, dollars. They were $1, $3, $4, whatever. You hand somebody a $20 bill and they can't even numbers, even full dollars. They can't count that change back. they were worse than me trying to count out the money when I bought my Aaron rookie at the National, like hands shaking and, red in the face. And it's amazing to watch.
Yeah, they don't use cash that often, right? And a lot of it's because there's no familiarity with it. Like we used to have our piggy banks and actually count our change, probably 1,000, spend it and count it 1,000 different times over, right? So we knew how to count change.
Yes.
It's a little bit different mentality, right?
Dump all your change out on the floor and count it just to see how much you had, put it back in there.
Or how much you didn't have, right? But yeah, exactly. You knew. So they never grew up with their parents don't have change. Like we used to have change jars everywhere in the house growing up. Like those don't exist anymore. We don't have those in our house.
We still do. We still have change. I was telling somebody the other night, we bought our first, my wife and I, when we were first getting together, first moved in together before we got married, we got our first set of furniture from change that I had accrued for who knows how long.
They rolled it up and everything? Or you?
Oh,
Coinstar.
It was loose. Well, there was no Coinstar back then. My wife had to take it to the bank and get it rolled up.
Yeah.
To go buy a set of furniture.
They won't even do that for you anymore at the bank. They're going to charge you to do that, right?
I don't know anymore. Now you just go to Coinstar, But
pay like 13% or whatever it is.
Yeah, Coinstar takes a chunk. Greg, you and I could start kissing booths at fundraising. We'd both be able to retire. We'd be millionaires.
That's right. Me and Chris would get paid not to kiss anybody. They pay us not to get a kiss.
Yeah, right. Tongue is extra.
How's that 2-year anniversary feeling, Dave? You got 2 more in you at this rate?
Huh?
You got 2 more in you at this rate? I'm kidding.
2 more hours?
He could go for the next 27 years because Dave doesn't actually do videos. All Dave does is the live streams.
That's what I like most too.
He hasn't done a video since the National, I think, or his National recap.
My kind of guy.
Hey.
Less is more.
Hey. Wow. Listen, there is nothing in a rule book anywhere that says I have to make videos all the damn time. Like, what was my main purpose on here is to make friends. And guess what the hell I did? I made friends. Like, it's like, who gives a shit? Like, I ain't out there have to make a damn video every damn week. Screw that shit. Like, like, you know what? Right there. Right
That's
there.
great.
Oh,
He
no.
got so mad he broke the internet.
I was going to say.
He just broke StreamYard.
Turned into Max Headroom for a minute there. You got so angry. I was waiting for the 80s to come back.
Right.
It's like shit. It's like everybody gives you crap. Like, why aren't you making videos? Why aren't you making videos? I don't give a shit. Like,
I didn't realize this was a touchy subject.
You found the nerve, the one nerve Dave that just left that he didn't lose jumping out of the plane so many times. This is it.
It's all in love, Dave. I didn't mean to get fired up.
No, I was just thinking about it earlier today too. I was just like a comment like to Matt, or something. Was it yesterday or something? Well, if you made videos, it was just like,
so your first video said episode 1 of many more. And I was going to bring that up earlier. I didn't want to poke you too early in this.
Hey, but you know what? I do have many more. It didn't say how many.
You didn't say when. You just said it could be 10 years from now.
Yeah, what's the definition of many? Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to talk smack regardless because you can't win. So if you did a video every day, I would give you a hard time. If you did one a month, I would give you a hard time.
Yeah. I love you too, Garrett.
Dave did say that help save the national get together, right? So that's good. We got to give you credit for that.
Yeah, I was kind of Princess Pouty Pants as I was like, man, this is my first national. I'm on YouTube. I want to go hang out with these guys. We're not going to have a meet and greet. And then Dave swooped in like the knight in shining armor and saved the whole thing. Well done, sir. Well done.
Yeah, no problem. It says, let's see, what is Mookie saying? Chris made a video on his way into surgery yesterday. You could
He did have those sunglasses indoors. I was thinking, what is going on? This is like Chris's MO to have like sunglasses on inside. I know he thinks he's cool, but I was like, then he gave the explanation. I felt a little bit bad passing judgment so early.
I felt bad because I didn't even know what was going on because I'm texting him yesterday because I had tickets to the Mizzou game tonight and I'm like trying to put a crew together because I was offered 4 tickets and I'm texting Chris and Chris is like, I can't go. And I'm like, what? Why can't you? Thinking to myself, why can't you go? Then I see his video. He's got glasses on and I'm like, what's going on? So then I called him and he's like, yeah, I'm getting a little procedure done. It's like,
well, you should have kept your barn door closed.
I think that may have been caused. My hunch is that was caused by his fender bender he was in a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
I'm thinking the airbag scratched his cornea probably when it hit him in the face.
Mookie. Mookie's on point already in the chat.
I love you, Mook. I can't wait to hang out with you again. I wish we'd gotten to spend more time together at the National.
I was going to say something. I can't just remember what the hell it was.
Maybe after his surgery, he'll get a current prescription for his glasses so he doesn't have to keep lifting them up.
I lift mine up too. I'm guilty.
Well, I am too. I'm wearing these more and more. They started out just being reading glasses, and now they're progressive lenses. So the tops are supposed to be regular. The middle is supposed to be like midway reading. And really, I only need them for reading. At least I thought. But now I'm like, oh, well, I can actually see pretty good through these. And I wear them more often now.
Yeah, so I take mine off, even this close. You're all a blur.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
This is what this is what 40 looks like, Don.
Yeah, mid-40s, it gets worse.
Except I'm almost 50. I'll be 49 in October.
Hey, and I turned 46 in July.
I try to compensate by acting like I'm 12. So I figure that'll balance out.
Hey, I'm a Toys R Us kid. I never grow up.
Right? Me too. No, mine aren't bifocals, Justin. I'm fancy. Mine are, I guess they would be trifocals, but they're
progressives, you said, right?
Yeah, they're progressives. Yeah. You'll be there, Justin.
Not transition. They don't tint up and make you look like a serial killer when you go outside.
Yeah, those are weird.
No, I do that on my own. All I have to do is take my hat off, and they're like, "Oh shit!"
Whoa!
So yeah, I don't need any help.
Mr. Clean. You haven't heard that before, right? Yeah.
Oh, many times. They stopped. They stopped after I put the first 10 in the hospital, though.
There you go.
No, I'm kidding. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah, we can tell how emotional you get in your videos.
Oh, you got all verklempt in that one video after the National. I was like,
oh, that's not the only one. I've cried in a couple of them. I managed to hold it together for the last couple of weeks, though.
Or no, it was the one after when Jason was there. I think Jason really choked you up coming into town. Surprised.
Dude, I cried like a little girl. Like I've gotten choked up on a few where I had to like hold it in, and I'm like, tearing up. But yeah, I cried like a little girl on that one. And finally, I'm like, I don't even care. I'm secure enough in my manhood to cry in front of the 15 people that are going to watch this.
I heard that he cried on Jason's shoulder.
They're all fake. I paid for all those. I'm like Mojo or some of those guys. I bought all my subs.
I know Petty's a big fan of Mojo Sports.
Petty's a big fan of everybody. I love Petty.
He's on that Sports Card Radio again. Was it last week?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I didn't even know about the initial goings on. They told me about it on the way back from the National, And so I watched the first one on the way back. And then once I got back, I watched the second one that got really escalated. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is quality entertainment right here.
Yeah. It tells it how it is.
Yeah. You got to, hey, he's going to be honest no matter what, right? You got to respect a dude that's going to be honest.
People still show up and start all over again.
Yeah, set it up again like Sammy does. Oh,
Yeah,
Billy.
Tony just got here, so hey, Tony.
Tony got here. Yeah, no, I ain't starting that over again.
We've talked about everything and nothing at the same time.
Literally,
right,
shown very few cards. Anyone have any
All right.
cards? Any other cards?
I got a question for you guys. Right, if you're gonna dress up for Halloween, right, which YouTuber would you dress up as?
Oh,
You, I would dress up as you, Dave.
We look the same. So you got more
This is
gray.
the one I found on the floor at the National.
Oh, that's nice.
Just picked it up and walked off with it.
nice.
Yeah, I found this one on the floor too.
There we go. I showed a card.
There, me too.
Well,
Matt,
I was
you did.
paranoid because I felt like I took Sammy's over that night because I was like getting up and grabbing cards and like I don't want.
That was fun with you and Jason and Chris. That was good.
I don't want to be too much. I love Jason so much. He's such a good dude. We had so much fun that weekend. Nice.
There's a nice card.
Heck yeah. I'm going to put the one I was going to show back now that you ripped that thing out. But here's this is another card that Ben from Blick's Cards sent me. Freaking, this dude sends out Albert Pujols rookie cards, in care packages and Venezuelan Stan Musials.
Here you go. There's a Stan Musial for you.
Yeah, I need to. I really wanted to get one at the National, but I think I can wait for that. As much as I like Stan Musial, I think I can wait.
I think my next ones are going to be the Spawn and the Berra out of that.
The 48 Bowman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I'm going to have to go back and get those because the plan is to get the Clemente next and then the Koufax. And then those are like the biggest ones that I can actually afford from the 50s. So then I'll probably go back and get Yogi and Musial and Spawn and some of those other ones that are a big step down in pay once you get the Aaron and Clemente.
I feel like the 48 Bowman set is just easy to collect. It's 48 cards?
Yep.
So I think that'd be an easy, set to build, I think.
Yeah. I mean, and even like the 50 Bowman's not that big. The 49 Bowman's not that big. I mean, there are some of the 49 Bowman rookie cards are like go figure, a Duke Snyder rookie card is in 49 Bowman is more than a Stan Musial rookie card in 48 Bowman. Like, how does that make sense? But the 49 Bowmans are more expensive,
Yeah, but that 50 Bowman Jackie is going to be
well, yeah, that would be a monster. Yeah.
Yeah. But the one I really want out of the 50 Bowman is the Feller.
There's some good looking cards in there.
Yeah.
I don't want to build sets anymore. After I'm done with this 60 set, I love sets. If I want a set that bad, I will buy one. It's just too much time, too much focus. And I love it.
All right. You guys want to play a game? I always wanted to try this. Right? You name the card and the player, like the year, whatever, but somebody has to describe that card from memory.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I would lose. So who you need to play that game with is Mangini and Orlando and Chris and
I think it would be easy, so it's, if you looked at cards long enough, right, you'd be like, you remember images of what the card is, right?
I bought my first card during the pandemic. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
All right, I'll throw a card out there.
Okay.
Popular enough, and I have it, so I can show it off afterwards.
Okay.
33 Gaudi Charlie Gehringer.
Nope.
Can tell you.
The 33 Charlie Gehringer. It's almost like a portrait pose. Like he's sitting, yeah, like this up, and it has a diamond behind him, drawn.
You're thinking of.
Is that right?
You have the pose right, but the background is very distinct.
I'm
Yeah,
not
but it
helping.
should have. I thought it had the diamond in the back of it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like a violet purple.
It's not the one I was thinking of.
Tony had it right.
The one that's like really orange and yellow and really bright in the background.
Yeah, the pose was right. Just the I didn't have the colored background.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I will lose. I promise you.
All right, let's see. Let me see if I can. All right, the 51 Campy Bowman.
I just had this card.
Isn't that the classic campy pose where he's running back to catch a pop up and he's got his mask and
Yep.
that's the one I thought you were showing earlier.
Close.
Dylan's playing.
Dylan's playing heads up.
He's just saying heads up, like campy, right? I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, cat's looking up. Yeah, he just said that one. Let's see. Let me see let me try to think of another one that would be
Oh, Dylan just woke up.
yeah.
It's like
It's only 6:45 there.
All right. How about the
He's driving.
I'm driving. He's
Driving,
listening.
go surfing.
Be careful, Dylan.
Yeah, you're in the mountains and too many curves. Let's see. Matt, you might know this one. How about I'll go with a 51 Spawn Bowman.
You got the green fence behind him, right? I got it here somewhere. I'm gonna have to pull it
Yeah,
out.
but you can't
See
look
closer.
at it. You got to
I
describe
know. I
it.
can't look at it.
Leg
He's like,
all up in the air.
it's like part of the wind up. I mean, left-handed. Let's try this again, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That's right. It's here somewhere.
I had no idea. I had to give it a goog.
You had to throw it on the Google box.
It's the same as the 52 and 51, just different zoom in.
All right.
Basically.
So Don's going with the pre-war. What about the T206 Rue Waddell?
Well, there's two of them.
All right. The throwing.
He's throwing. Okay.
Yeah.
You narrowed it down for him.
Yeah. Well,
His hands are like at his waist, though, right? They're not above his head or at his chest. Or no, he's following through. Left-handed, yeah, he's following through. Jersey's like gray. There's the sunset back. It's not like a distinct sunset background or anything. Does he have like a red cap on? Brown cap? St. Louis, right? St. Louis jersey.
I don't think he's wearing a cap.
No cap?
No cap.
I
I don't remember no cap on.
I'm going to look that up. I have a cool book here. It's called Baseball Photography of the Dead Ball Era. This was written by a Net54 member, Jim Chapman. There is a bunch of Waddell photos in here, but one of the cool photos in this is that Walter Johnson right there. Recognize it?
Yep.
That's awesome.
But there's a bunch of cool like Rube photos in here. I'll have to post some.
Yeah, he has a cap on. It looks like just like a weird looking cap.
Is he wearing a cap? Because I thought he wasn't wearing one in that photo.
It just looks it looks like it's hard to explain. Definitely not his hair. There's like no bill on it though. It's a weird looking cap or a very small bill.
Like I was a maniac.
Literally. So I've got an easy one I'll lob out there for you guys, like a softball. 65, Carl Yastrzemski.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to Google it.
Wait, hold on. You said a 65?
Yeah.
Carl Yastrzemski.
Probably his worst card.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Like what it looks like he's trying to hold up like a giant invisible pumpkin over his head.
Yep. Yeah, like you're looking up his nose, seeing the. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay, but the Rube one I was talking about, he is wearing a cap, but it's like looks like hair color. It's brown. Yeah. So I correct myself on that one. Yes, he was wearing a cap. All right. Let's see if Billy can he's going with the 60 stuff here. All right, the 69 Johnny Bench.
Oh yeah, classic catcher pose, classic catcher squat with a
hat backwards
on the fence behind him.
Isn't the hat backwards too?
I'm sure it is. The catcher's mitt looks like a pillow.
So I just started the Rose documentary.
No hat on.
I watched the first episode of the Rose documentary. Bench is not interviewed in the rest of the doc, right? They just use previous footage.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Johnny Bench call Pete Rose out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So he's been doing that for like 30 years.
Yeah, I really think they do not like each other at all. And so if I'm not mistaken, I think even at one point, and I'm getting old, so I don't remember crap anymore, but I thought they asked Johnny Bench to participate and Johnny Bench declined.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just curious.
What is the documentary on?
Story of Rose. Whole life.
What streaming channel?
Is it Netflix? HBO, yeah.
Yeah, Max.
Yeah. Okay.
It's really good.
I think it's 4 parts, four episodes or something like that.
So you only seen one episode so far?
Yeah.
And what do you think? You feel like I've seen different things that people talk about how they don't care for him anymore, or
I think it's sad.
Yeah. But
I think it's more sad than anything.
So later in the documentary, they bring out accusations that were, I think, fairly well known and in the news at the time, but kind of got forgotten about. Because everybody wants to blame his gambling on the reason why he's not in the Hall of Fame. But the documentary kind of insinuates later on that there may be other reasons.
Oh, yeah.
About alleged improprieties with perhaps younger aged young lady.
Mm.
And he talks about it in the documentary. So, and I didn't remember any of that. I think it was during the 70s. And then I watched the documentary and I was like, oh, wow, I didn't realize any of that was a thing. So I don't know.
So with the documentary that came out so far, right, that you saw, which one do you feel is the best one to the worst? Because I know there's the Nolan Ryan, the Yogi Berra, the Willie Mays, now the Pete Rose.
Reggie.
I haven't seen the Reggie one yet, so
Yeah.
That's tough because
Reggie's
I think they're all good, but I would probably agree with the Reggie. Like I loved fastball. I loved the Nolan Ryan specifically one, or Nolan Ryan specific one. I thought they were all great.
Yeah, I like the Nolan Ryan one probably the best. Like the Mays one was tough, right? Like the last 20, 30 minutes, I'm like, oh my goodness.
I felt like the Mays one was pushing like Bonds. It was more about Bonds, than at points.
I like the bloopers at the end afterwards, but it was just him in his apartment, whatever, or wherever he was at. I thought that was interesting. See a little bit off camera, right? But and like no Monty Urban. It was just weird. I thought it was like incomplete, right? I don't know.
To me, the Nolan Ryan was probably the best, followed by the Yogi.
That's my order too. It would have been the Jackson one was third, and then I think the Mays was probably the
Tony
least.
says there's an HBO Mantle one is really good. I didn't even know there was one on there.
Is that from Bob Costas? Bob Costas did that a long time ago, right? I think.
Where do you guys think Nolan Ryan like propaganda ranks with the state of Texas, Notre Dame, Marine Corps? Is it top 3?
It depends on who you're talking to, because Chris from Missouri thinks that Frank Tanana was a better pitcher than Nolan Ryan was when they pitched together
in California and Los Angeles.
Yeah, the Angels. Yeah.
It's tough to have that many strikeouts and that many walks, right? It's like, which one is it, right?
Well, yes, and Nolan Ryan is very polarizing. Like, you can twist his stats. If you think he's great, you can twist his stats to make him great. If you think he's a mediocre pitcher, you can twist his stats to make you think he's a mediocre pitcher, because he's that polarizing. To me, what makes Nolan Ryan great is the fact that he has the lowest hits per 9 innings in the history of baseball. Like, that's the only to go with his 5,800 and however many strikeouts. Like, that's hard to do. One man's opinion.
And what is it? What's he have? 7 no-hitters?
Yeah,
most no-hitters, 1-hitters, most 2-hitters. I mean,
yeah.
Which I guess makes sense given the least hits per 9, right? But and then as many innings as he pitched, right? Game started.
I believe the most seasons with over 300 strikeouts in a season.
Yeah.
And that's just it. He would give a 1-hitter and walk nine batters, right? So.
Yeah. Well, and that's why his whip is so high, because he, I think for the better part of his career, he averaged 3 walks per game, for the vast majority of his career. I'm in the Nolan Ryan was an amazing pitcher camp. That's where I stand.
I agree. I just like to poke fun at that because it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, and you can get dudes. It's almost like I like to make fun of Mookie because Mookie's a Batman guy, and I like to just randomly piss off Batman fans and tell them that Batman is not a superhero. He's just a guy who has a lot of money. So Alfred is actually the superhero, not Batman. He's just the guy that gets to play with Alfred's toys. And watch a Batman fan get angry really, really quickly when you tell him that Batman's pretty much just like Iron Man, and neither one of them are superheroes. So tell somebody that hates Nolan Ryan he's in the top 10 or top 5 pitchers of all time, and watch him get mad.
Where is he in your top 10 though?
Me? Yeah. Of all time? No, not of all time. But
all-time pitchers?
I don't know if I could put him in the top 10 all-time pitchers. I don't think I could, but I wouldn't argue with somebody if I may disagree, but I wouldn't jump up and down if somebody put him in the top 10.
Chris just showed back up in here.
He heard me. He heard me calling. I was talking smack, Chris, about your Frank Tanana comment.
Tony, you got Tony's attention. He's got several comments here. I'm catching up on.
Oh, we've got TJ online asking if we think Nolan Ryan juiced.
He's trying to get me to go on that rant.
He's trying to get you going on that rant.
On the amphetamines, at least, right? A minimum.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they all took greenies. They admitted to taking greenies.
Yeah.
Do you think that Nolan juiced Don? Is that why he's trying to poke you?
Yeah, I think they all did at some level, whether it was maybe not just anabolic steroids, but maybe growth hormones, things like that, to stay healthy, recover faster. I don't use that against anyone. Like, I think Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. I think they should all be in. Clemens, like, I don't know. It was part of the game, and it wasn't policed. So
yeah,
it's
hard for me because that's another one of those polarizing subjects, right? So I think if one of them are in, and we know that some of them are in, then I think you should just let them all in.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
We got the leader of the Three Blind Mice in here.
Jeez. Hey, Chris, we can see you.
I can see you guys now. I got up to take a leak because I've been in bed for 4 hours, and then you guys are still on. So,
well, you're old. Old people go to bed early.
Hey, don't make fun of my eyes right now. Because I want to see you guys. Okay.
How you feeling?
That's really none of your business, Billy.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll never ask again. Does this mean we're not friends anymore?
I was just faking before.
You son of a biscuit.
This is Chris on drugs.
I just needed you to help me do inventory every once in a while, so I've been faking that the whole time.
You took it for the team with the basement collection, getting all that crap up the stairs.
Yeah. Sweat running down my face.
And I didn't do a thing except all I did was look through cards, Matt. All I did.
I'm sure.
So, Don, hello to you.
Hey, Chris.
And I loved your early stuff that you're talking about. I mean, I think you're as hardcore as me on the way you were answering stuff early, and then you lost me here toward the end. You and I'll still be friends, but nope, can't agree with you on all that stuff. But
well, thank you.
Great conversation, Nacho. Great conversation,
Don
guys.
as a friend, Billy as a friend. Holy shit! Like,
excuse me. What?
I said you're getting rid of Billy as a friend, Don as a friend. Like,
oh no. Billy maybe, but Don no. Don's welcome anytime he wants to.
Chris is trying to downsize. He's trying to simplify his life.
You just got traded as quick as a baseball card, and
Yep.
We need a good trade night. What happened to trade night?
I tell you what, I think that again, I think that really could be an awesome show, one of the best shows around. I don't think it's hitting correctly for some reason. Yes, sir.
Sorry, can I clear the air real quick? In the comments, we were talking about greenies, and they're saying that greenies were like caffeine and not even remotely close to steroids. And that's not an accurate statement. Greenies were methamphetamines is what they were taking back in the day, very common using in baseball. So definitely very, very different than caffeine. Now, it wouldn't have the long-term help you play baseball effects like steroids did, but I don't know because I've never done methamphetamines before. But
diet pills keeps you, greenies can be, back in the day, could be considered, keep you awake, that kind of stuff. Cocaine, cocaine's been around for a long, long time, keeping warriors awake, military guys awake during the night, World War II, that kind of stuff. But I don't know.
Hitler invented meth during World War II because he was trying to create German super soldiers.
But then again, you put down Iron Man and Batman, and if you really remember, the only person that I remember beating Superman and killing Superman was Batman.
Well, I don't have a dog in the fight because I'm not a superhero guy. I just like to get superhero guys riled up because it's funny.
No. Yeah, again, you can kick me off anytime, guys. I just want to get on here and say hi. And when I did a video. Remember Don did his video and he titled it "I'm Selling My Cards," and I think he had like 50 million people tune in on his station, and he ended up gaining like 500 subscribers. I did a video with glasses on a few days ago, and I've had a bunch of my buddies reach out to me and wishing me luck, but also telling me I can donate an eye to after I die, that kind of stuff. And I just want to let everybody know that I am alive and doing fine. So
you want to go with
been greatly exaggerated, right?
What's that, Matt?
That your demise has been greatly exaggerated, or whatever they say, right?
Yeah, and I didn't mean to do it like that. Holy cow!
But now you can go with me to Jeff City tomorrow, Chris, and hang out with Tom.
Well, no, I tell you what, Billy, I'm injured in a couple places that I didn't know I was going to be injured in. So
I'll come pick you up, and then I'll carry you into Tom's house.
Yeah, and I weigh 267 pounds now.
I've got a bad back. What's making it worse going to hurt?
Okay. Okay. So, but Don, what was some of the stuff you were saying earlier that, I mean, I was agreeing with everything you said, like at the first of the show, like, was it the new cards or what was all that kind of stuff that you guys were talking about that I did not put
anything talking about him going to the Tops event.
Oh yeah, $20,000. That's not enough, man. Hold out for more.
Yeah, I said for me to go to Fanatics Fest, I need $20,000 in cash.
Yeah, I think I would like somebody. I'd like somebody to go in there like incognito and disguised, and put a hidden camera in their pocket just to see it one time, but just to know that I don't think I would want to be a part of that either. But
yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris from Missouri.
Yeah, here's the message from the guy.
Hello and welcome.
All this stuff. Come here. We'll give you tickets, meet and greets with executives and me. Tickets, hotel, flight, and $20,000 cash gets it done.
Like he was trying to be really sincerely nice to you, Don.
And I was being sincerely nice.
What if he came back and said, "We can do all of that, but you only get $10,000"?
Oof. All right. I guess. All right.
You have to drive. You have to slow it and drive, I guess, right?
No, he gets the flight, hotel, all that stuff, but they give him $10,000 instead of $20,000.
Man, when I went to the Tops event a few years ago, I had two very large Tops duffel bags, and I took Amtrak. I didn't drive up there. I took the Amtrak back to DC, and I was nervous because I had a lot of stuff, but it all worked out. It was okay.
I thought what was really cool about Cleveland at the show this year, besides sleeping on a futon with 3 legs, was that all the corporate stuff was kind of put in one area and kind of an aside, and they didn't make me walk through that unless I wanted to. Now, I've kind of changed my mind on some of the guys that are picking up new stuff, because if it gets their motor going and excited about collecting cards, then great. I mean, great, because if they wake up in the morning and think about their collection the way I do now, I wake up and think about what car, different stuff that I like. Good for them. I mean, good for them. And it feels like that, like in Chicago and some places where the Nationals held, they kind of force that down your throat, or they kind of make you go see what's going on. And I'm gonna, I don't get why some people collect how they do. but that's me, and I'm not gonna make fun of them doing what they do. I just, I'm not gonna trade any of my stuff for something that's, I'm not gonna trade for a 19 or a 2024 Bobby Witt card, even though I love Bobby Witt. I'm not collecting like that, but I'm gonna try to stop putting down the kids or the collectors that flip and kind of do that, because if they wake up in the morning and feel like I do about what my collection is and how I collect, more power to them. That's awesome. I hope they keep that until they're my age, because when you get over 50 and that kind of stuff, it is awesome to have a hobby that you wake up and enjoy every day. That's just, there you go. And I said that, and I'm only 1.5 drinks in.
Well, and if you think about it,
are you on?
Excuse me?
I said, what kind of pain meds are you on?
Oh, I'm on these eye drops, which Barry Bonds took in 99 to help him hit 47 home runs. I'm on Gin and 7-Up, which Babe Ruth took back in 27 so he could hit 60 home runs. So I need to be traded to some team with my eyesight now and my girth that I'm getting because I'm drinking gin. So
we'll trade you to the White Sox.
And I tell you what, I am paying attention to them too. I seriously am, because I'm a retired history teacher, and that is as much history as anything else that's going to happen this year. Nobody's going to win 100 games this year, I don't think. And in your lifetime, you've never seen anybody. I don't think any of you guys were alive when the Mets won 40 total games, right? So you're seeing something that's never happened in your lifetime.
Yeah. What was it? A stadium with only 38 people in it at one point, too?
Yeah, I saw a meme the other time that it said the attendance was 17, and the bark in the park, where the Rangers had the dogs come to the park, even the dogs totaled 345 dogs.
People like their dogs in Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But to go back to Chris's previous statement, like the new kids collecting the shiny stuff and everything, like that's no different than us growing up and collecting stuff during the junk wax era.
87 tops all day long, right? 87 Fleer.
I think why we kind of poo-poo it is because of all the shiny manufactured scarcity that comes along with it, and the fact that it's, there are 12-year-olds carrying Zion cases around with $135,000 worth of cards in them. That I think that's why. But I agree with you, and I hope a lot of them, because I was ripping modern stuff up until 2019 or 2020, even a little bit in 21. I just hope that a certain percentage of these kids that are collecting the new stuff, as they get older and hopefully learn more about the history of the game, that they move back and start collecting the vintage stuff is what I hope. Because in hopefully 30, 40 years from now, I'm going to have someone to sell my cards to. And I want someone out there to buy them, unless I'm going to get buried with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like, it's like everybody collect, like Chris said, collect what you love or collect what you like and stuff. But at the same time, it's like, as vintage guys and stuff, it's like we always wish we can go back and buy those cards when they came out. You know, like we're living in that era still, like where we can buy those cards and, you know, not the vintage stuff, but the current stuff. And then, you know, pass it along to our grandkids, whatever it is. And then it's like, oh man, it's like that's going to be their vintage. You know, so it's like they're like, oh man, I wish I could go back in 2020 or 2024 and pick up, you know, top series 1 to get a, you know, Ellie De La Cruz rookie card out of it or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
and the stuff that is pre-war for us now that's going to be the 50s and 60s for them. It's going to be that old. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Guys, here's a good thing I think we ought to talk about. What if these kids are getting it right? You know, I wish I was a 13-year-old kid with a Zion case at a card show back in 1980 with older cards, right? You just said $150,000 worth of cards in their Zion case. Man, I wish I got it right back in the day and bought a 52 Topps Mickey Mantle for $400 or you know, a Hank Aaron for $100. Look back in the old Beckett books. Maybe these kids, some of these kids are learning to be business guys. You know, I don't want to be caught. I don't want to be caught with a 2024 Wander Franco 101, but I believe we laid the framework for some of this stuff with these kids. But what if they get it right with a Wemby 101 or a, you know, that kind of stuff? It just means the hobby's still going to be strong, but it doesn't mean the vintage is going to be strong.
Yeah, but I feel like these kids are following what these influencers are saying, like, oh, this is the hype guy right now, and trying to buy all this, and then it's like you see the same thing was like a few years ago. It's like, oh, you got to get this Trey Young or, you know, or the Zion card. You know, like these players are just going to be like, you're paying ridiculous amount of monies for it, and then now you can buy them for, you know, 10 cents to $1. You know, it's just there's nothing there. It's like this. I get there's like the roller coaster effect of things, but I mean, I feel like these kids are being more influenced by these influencers and telling them what to buy and what to trade and how to flip. Like you always like, I used to watch like people that go to card shows and like, oh, I got this card, I'm going to flip it for this. And they take those cards and go to another booth and flip it for something else. And I'm like, are you keeping anything for yourself? And are you making any money? You're just seems like it's you took $1,000 card, traded it for, you know, 2 other cards that are worth $1,000. And you just keep moving that same money around the dang card show and not doing anything. You're just not showing nothing.
Well, and look at it relative to the junk wax era that we grew up collecting. Like King Griffey Jr. for a junk wax era card is where the value is. Some others have value relative to other junk wax era cards. So looking back on that in hindsight, like the vast majority of the new stuff now is not. You're going to have whoever hits big that are going to hold value long term. The vast majority, 90% of it, is going to be, you know, Ben McDonald, Eric Anthony, Todd Zeal, Delino Shields, those types of guys. You know what I mean? And then a King Griffey Jr., a Derek Jeter, or a Frank Thomas will pop off. But none of the base cards are going to be worth anything. You're going to have a parallel of the right guy for it to hold any value, because the base cards will be, for the most part, just like the junk wax era stuff is now. Because the pop count, the production runs are just as high, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you got the new junk wax era, you got the new junk slab era, because everybody's like grading all this crap.
And that's what bothers me is like you know, as a kid, spending 50 cents on a pack of cards, that wasn't a huge deal. But you're talking $100, $200 for a hobby box of Topps now, you know, and the Panini stuff is insanely expensive. So losing 50 cents on a pack of 87 Topps, which is one of the best looking sets in the junk wax era, if not ever.
He's watching that chat, Don.
At the end of the day, it's not going to kill you, but man, if you're a 12-year-old that saved up your allowance for a year to buy a hobby box of 2024 Topps, that's going to hurt when that happens. And that's really the biggest.
But is it though?
Me.
But is it though? Because you hear on here so many people, and I've heard you say, Billy, that man, I enjoy opening up cards. I love ripping packs, you know, and if I'm a kid and I can afford a pack of cards, or my parents can afford a pack of cards, and I don't give two shits about the value of the cards at the time, I open up a pack of cards and I got my Bobby Witt card and I'm showing it around and I'm excited. And 10 years from now, I don't collect any cards anymore, and I'm stuck with a $200 pack that I got a Bobby Witt card out of. Am I gonna be disappointed that I had that so much fun opening that pack? Now, I will say that, you know, when you get old like us, you can say, oh gosh, I wish I wouldn't have opened up that pack. Like I don't open up packs, but if I was back in the day, if I opened up packs and that was important to me, I mean, I opened up plenty of 1977 hanger stuff that, oh gosh, I got a Del Murphy card. Oh, I'm going after a Mike Scott rookie card, and I didn't get a Mike Scott rookie card. But if the way I felt when I came up with a Kevin McReynolds rookie card, you know, I was pretty excited about it. Now today, I'm like, man, why did I do that? You know, why did I spend even, you know, it's how much fun are you having doing it? And, you know, we have plenty of friends that don't collect vintage cards, and they're enjoying themselves. I don't get it. I don't see why they're enjoying themselves, but that's not up to me to decide. You know, we have more fun now when we pick up a card because we cannot get a pack. And I might not be speaking for all of us here, but I cannot grab a pack to open up and feel as excited as I can when I go pick up a card that I don't have, you know? And if those guys that are collecting now, that are collecting the new stuff, you know, opening up packs and liking it, if they stay in it as long as we have, who's to say they're not going to be as excited, you know, about what cards they get out. And I get what you're saying. If an influencer's if I got $1,000 and the influencer is telling me that I need to go after, you know, you need to find that, open up Zion Williamson, right? And, oh, I got it, so I'm excited about it. And then he crashes and burns like he's done so far. You know, yes, I guess that's.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're all taking a gamble. I mean, it's all a gamble in there because it's, say Coop for instance, right? Like he started buying all the Mahomes stuff, you know, and then say Mahomes like turned out to be like nothing. He just wasted all that money on Mahomes.
Right.
You know, so but I mean, he hit it big, you know, he got lucky.
Yeah, sure.
And let's say he got lucky on it.
And Coop's a grown man, and that's a grown man decision. And I agree with you, Chris, what you're saying. I got excited about pulling 15-cent Ozzie Smith cards. And like these kids are going to be just as excited 15 years from now to still have the modern version of King Griffey Jr. They're still going to be happy to have that card. They're still going to love it, just like I still love all my junk wax cards. There's a part of them that's going to be disappointed with the modern versions of Jerome Walton, Todd Van Poppel, and all those other guys that they're pulling out of these packs that they're accruing with the next King Griffey Jr. There's going to be a little bit of disappointment there.
Agreed.
And that the cost of how much expensive this stuff is for them to go out and buy is what hurts my feelings for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to hear from Don because he's the third smartest guy on this channel right now and the second sexiest. So, Don, what do you have to say?
I often feel like the middle child because
That's me.
Yeah. Because so I have older brothers that collected in the 80s and early 90s. So I saw all that happen, and that, I started as a collector late 90s, early 2000s in the modern times, not the ultra modern times, but I've gravitated towards the pre-war and vintage stuff. So, but I see a lot of people, obviously hang out with you guys in Strongsville and the Nationals and Philly and Chantilly and all these big shows. But I also have peers and friends that are 24, 25, 26, 27 years old that are doing this hustle thing. And it's a grind. And they're flipping National Treasures and Flawless and big times Topps Dynasty patch autos and all this stuff. And my risk tolerance is not anywhere near that, but they feel comfortable doing that. So I respect the hustle and grind of what they're doing. It's not for me. I think there's less collectors in that age group, no doubt. Like it's not even close. Like it's not emotional for them. It's do the numbers, does the math work? And if it works, they move on, right? They do that. They buy at 1,000. If they can make 1,200 back, they'll do it, right? I don't think any of them are going to be left holding heavy bags per se, because a lot of them are trying to move it so fast. Month, they don't want to hold cards for more than a month. They want to get rid of it, right? The NFL season's here. Anyone still holding football cards, no good. Like from last year's football stuff, the people that wanted to make money on it, they're not necessarily holding last year's football cards. The people that have flipped and are doing this thing, they've already sold it. And they're now moving to basketball. And they're going to sell for basketball. Tennis, baseball, replenish. They move in cycles.
Agreed.
So I say I feel like the middle child a lot because I collect this stuff. I buy pre-war stuff and I hold it, and I move into and out of things, trade things, sell things, buy stuff for myself. But I am seeing a lot of the younger people, and I get what they're doing, right? The younger people, like they don't feel. They're getting out of college and they're getting $50,000, $60,000 a year jobs, but they can make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year in cards. I don't know. They don't got to listen to someone else. They can go behind the door. They can fly around. They can still be.
Doesn't that sound exciting though?
It does.
I mean, even I'm 57 years old. That piques my interest. I have a couple people that I know. Well, we know some dealers that they deal in only vintage, which is what they know. I have a friend named Carson who is 24, 25, and he used to be only new cards as a kid. I watched him grow up at these card shows when he was 17 and 16, 17 years old, and it was all new and shiny stuff, and he was flipping this stuff. And he made a decision about 3 or 4 years ago that I can do the same thing with vintage. And there's guys, we have friends that flip vintage, and they don't want to hold on to it very long either. But what I like about that model is if he can decide when he's done, because the cards, he's still obtaining money in these cards. It's not going to lose so much money like some of the newer stuff, like your Jordan Loves and your whatever else. But we also have friends, I look at I call it the Filmington group, those guys have been doing YouTube stuff for a long time. And, you got Card Cutter that does a lot of modern stuff and even Pokemon stuff and different things. And Westergriff and some of those guys, whatever they're doing well because they're staying in the hobby. They're none of them collect like I do. Their collections are totally different than mine. Better, worse, don't know. But when you tell me if I was, right now at my age, I'm excited when I hear you say, these guys are graduating and they're making $50,000, $60,000 or getting a job for $50,000, $60,000 a year, or they can go to card shows and look at cards and pick up cards and make $60,000. I'm like, oh, dude, sign me up.
Like, think about coming out of COVID and the last, 10, 15 years of like our country. You can be on your parents' insurance until 26 now. Like a lot of them, it's not that big of a risk for them to take that risk at that age. You can't do that at 40, 45, 50, right? That's
you can. If you have a beautiful wife that makes 3 times more money than you do, you can.
Yeah, you go open up big card stores in
Atlanta. And my girlfriend makes more than my wife too. So
yeah.
But I think kind of the underlying thread of what we're talking about though is we're talking about how there are more, and this is what I'm pulling out of it though, is more of these younger kids are flippers, not collectors. And this has been one of the concerns that you've heard within the hobby since flipping kind of took off really during COVID is there's only a market for flippers if they have collectors to sell to. So if such a large percentage of these younger kids are not collecting and they're flipping, are they just flippers selling cards back and forth to each other? Like, who are they selling the cards to? Who is the collector that those cards are coming to and never leaving for 20, 30 years?
Yeah, I think Mookie makes a good point in his comment where like a lot of these people are collecting. I think that what we're seeing visually is we're seeing like 5% of that age group make the most noise. We're seeing 5% make 95% of the noise, and that's the flippers, and that's what we see. But like, I don't know, I see kids at card shows all the time like freak out about stuff and buy stuff up, but they do like these influencers and they do like interacting with them, right? So there's definitely influence on them, but I think the kids are still collecting. It's just the small group is making so much noise and making it's such a big wave. But I don't know. I don't think it's like.
So you feel like they're more like doing like a player collection, instead of like having a diverse portfolio, just saying like they're becoming a mat, like just Aaron and Spawn, so that's all they're collecting, and then they're just getting rid of everything else that's coming to them.
Yeah, there's definitely that going on for sure. But I mean, like I see kids at shows at like Chantilly and Philly and stuff. I see kids buying baseball and football, baseball and basketball. It's mostly like, it hurts when I see kids like not like baseball, right? Everyone loves basketball. Everyone loves football. All right. But as long as it gets them into the hobby, right? As long as they're buying something. I mean, that's good.
Well, and I think that's what's going to help the long-term health of the hobby is hopefully and it ties into what Mookie said, hopefully some of these kids that are flippers become collectors, and hopefully some of those kids that are collectors eventually move to older and older cards, because that's what's going to keep the hobby going strong. Like again, it all boils down to a card's not worth anything if there's not a collector that's willing to pay that and hold on to it and keep it in their collection.
Yeah. I would throw this out. Like, I won't name drop anyone, but the 3 to 5 biggest vintage pre-war dealers at card shows, some of them are collectors, but most of them are flippers. They're businessmen. They're men with a lot of money, significant amounts of money, but they're business first. They don't care. They want to listen to your story and hear you talk about what you collect. But if the money works, that's what they care about, right? So like they're flippers.
Well, I think that's the case with the vast majority of dealers. Like I think there's, I mean, probably at least 50% of dealers.
Yeah, I agree.
Collect. Like that's how they make their living. That's how they pay their bills. And I get that. And like to go back to Chris's earlier comment, I'm all for kids learning how to make money and see the business side of things and be able to count change and all that stuff. Like I'm all for that. But again, it has to, like I used to rip packs, pull the cards I wanted out of them and sell the rest back to the guy I just bought them from for 50% of Beckett when I was a kid. The difference is I was selling $2 and $3 cards, not $300 and $400, $500 cards, which more power to them if they can get a hold of cards that are worth that much money. Yeah. But again, well, as a parent, it would concern me kids carrying around that much money to begin with.
Like,
but somebody's got to collect them.
Matt sees me talk on Twitter a lot about like traditional, bad term here, traditional investing, index funds, right? Buy the S&P 500. You know, if you're my age, like don't worry about anything else. Just buy that and you'll be okay. But like think about the way these kids are learning about money, especially since COVID, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, like, you know, the world is crazy. Like they think traditional investing is boring. They don't care about 8-10% a year. They want 30, 40, 50% gains every year. They want GameStop stock to go crazy. They want to take that bet. It's nuts the way these kids think, but this is how they're learning about money, right?
Instant gratification.
Right. Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
Blick's cards, that's an awesome statement, that last statement he had. But you said something earlier, but the kids that are spending, and it's probably not all the kids, but the kids that have these Zion cases full of, $100,000 worth of cards at 13, they're not worried about money. And I tell you what, their parents aren't worried about them spending money either. And I truly believe that. And we said somebody said something earlier about worrying about, who they're going to sell cards to. Well, I've set up at plenty of shows that the only vintage cards I sold to were only vintage dealers there. I've had great shows where only dealers have bought my cards. It's not collectors. And so I think that, I think you'll see, I think the people that do new stuff at certain shows, some of the stuff they only sell is to other dealers that collect like them. And what'd you guys do to piss Don off?
That was an abrupt exit.
His dog's got to go.
He said the dog needs to go outside.
His dog's doing circles by the door.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what you were just talking about, that's been going on forever. Dealers selling to dealers.
Sure.
And you've heard it at shows where dealers complain that everyone is a dealer now. Used to, they had the market cornered, on selling cards. It was a lot harder to sell cards back in the day. The only place you could sell them to pretty much was a dealer,
What Blick said in his little, whatever he said down there was what I thought for the last 2 or 3 years. Eventually, I thought eventually everybody would become, a vintage collector. If they were a collector, they'd eventually be vintage. And part of the reason I thought that is Okay, if your favorite player is Mike Trout, and that's your favorite guy, and you're like Theo and you become only a Clemente collector, which is his guy. Well, when your favorite player retires, well, if that's all you're collecting, you're not going after the new stuff anymore. And if the new stuff you start losing money opening up packs, and you're spending all this money on boxes and packs, and you spend $3,000 on a box, and only you get $1,000 worth of cards. Eventually, you're going to stop. Eventually, you're going to say, "Ooh, this isn't so fun anymore, losing all this." But they're buying the cards for a reason, so they must be winning some of the time. And I don't know if there's something that's going to bring everybody together collecting the same way. I don't think there is.
Well, I think if it did, it'd be a boring hobby. Like when I want to rip packs, I go buy a $20 box of junk wax. I lose money 100% of the time I do that, but it's fun to me, and it's $20. At the end of the day, that's not going to. You call me crazy every time I do it, but at the end of the day, like, it's worth $20 for me just to get the entertainment out of ripping.
Yeah, if you feel good about that, heck, you've seen Mauricio and I at card shows giving those packs away so kids can open them up.
Yeah,
and watch how they enjoy opening up those cards. And
well,
I get it. Matt, did you open up cards like back in the day, or have you always just gone?
No, I used to open packs in the 80s, right? Like everyone else, right? Early 90s, and then I stopped doing it. But I tend to think that the kids now are smarter, right? I think they've seen what happened in the 80s, right? So I think, like, if you think about what's valuable from the 80s, it's the products that didn't sell, i.e. basketball or maybe hockey and some of the football packs that obviously are now worth way more, right? Because no one bought them, right? They got clearanced out at Toys R Us or wherever, right? Or it's like the Tiffany cards. Like, outside of that, like, you can buy any, like, the most expensive base cards got to be like $100, right? From the 80s, maybe not even that, right? So the only value, that's why they don't collect base cards now. I think they've learned from the prior mistakes, call it whatever you want to call it, right? There's no value if it's not low number, quantity produced, or if it all got open. And that's why I feel like these breakers are kind of causing issues, right? Because nothing's going to remain unopened with all the breakers buying this stuff, right? So then the only thing you have left then is scarcity.
Yeah. Well, and even stuff from the 80s, and I just did a video on this, like, it's hard to find certain cards in high grades from the 80s. That's why Rick Henderson rookie in a 10 is worth, how much is that? $100,000 or $10,000?
Yeah, 9's worth like 2 though, right? That's why they like care about 10s. That's why there's a big gap between, like, to them 9 is the same as raw, right? Or whatever they say, or ungraded, whatever, base, whatever, a card, not raw, I guess, but whatever. And that's why they're all about the 10s, to your point, right? And then they only want low numbered or like 101, or I think they are paying attention. I think more than we give them credit for, maybe. I think the tough part for us is, like, we still know that's kind of a fool's errand, because, like, you don't know which players are going to make it, right? Because even for the 80 stuff, even like the outside of like the Bonds, Tiffany, like, there's just not much there, right? Of anything there's no $1,000 cards
from the 80s.
I can't think of one, right?
Yeah, Cal Ripken's 82 tops traded in a 10.
Like, but just in 10s only, right? Nothing 9 or less is probably more than maybe the 9 Barry Bonds top traded Tiffany might be barely over 1,000. That might be it.
Yeah.
There are no other 9s or under that are worth $1,000 in a base issued card. No. In baseball. Now, basketball, you got Jordan rookie, right?
Yeah. Well,
so it's the stuff that didn't get opened, right?
And that's, well, and it wasn't produced as much either because it wasn't as popular. But that's why, like, I just watched a video, I can't remember who it was the other day, where it was Lou Rock. Lou Rock was given a huge box of football cards for free because someone was giving them away on Facebook, and someone that knows his wife got them, gave them to him, and it was star players all throughout this box. but they were all base cards. So whoever opened this opened up a whole lot of product, went through and pulled all the autographs, all the parallels, right? And then gave all the base cards away. And we're talking, again, star players, Jalen Hurts, guys like that. But yeah, like, I think a big part of it is with the stuff from the 80s, they were so bad at making cards, 9s and 10s have a little bit more value.
Sure, that could be it too, yeah.
Now they're so much better at making cards. Like a 10 is, like you were saying, the only thing that's got any value. Look at a Topps base card of Bobby Witt Jr.'s rookie card. You can probably buy that for $40, right?
Yeah, there was a table with 30 or 40 of the Paul Skeens 23 Bowman draft, whatever it is, all 10s. So to your point, that the quality control is way better now. So are those even going to hold back? So maybe that's why they're just doing the numbered stuff, right? Like, there's literally not much redeeming value towards the high-end stuff.
Matt, what were those going
for? $45 each.
Okay.
But it's when quality control with these cards being so nice compared to the older cards are making the newer cards less valuable. Because it's weird, but we're growing. It's the whole, it's the whole thing. Yeah, if you don't have, how many times you go to a card show or a card shop and people are opening up, the Bowman base cards, and if they don't have stuff that looks like it's going to be a 10, they go ahead and just set it aside and throw it away in the trash can.
Yeah, I go to every card show now. There's always base cards in the trash cans on the way up by the elevator. Every Dallas card show. I took a picture and put it on Twitter, the one a couple months ago, because I couldn't believe it. There's like 300 cards just sat there in the trash can.
Right. You should pick them up and take them with you. You never know. You might have some hidden talented rookie cards that are in there. Think about it, though. I mean, back in 2011, right? Everybody was going after Harper, not Trout, right? So imagine then you had a bunch of Trout friggin' rookies sitting in a trash can, right? Because nobody got a Harper, and stuff. And then now, Trout's rookies worth more than Harper's.
I mean, to your point, look at Brady. Everyone thought Patriots had Bledsoe. They were going to need Brady. He was just a Michigan kid.
Yeah. There was another point I was going to make, and I lost track of what it was, but
I think to your point, Chris, I think we all want them to collect. Like, we hope they're collectors. I think maybe you or Don mentioned it. My fear is that they're just gambling.
I think that's a big
They did it with shoes. They did it with all the other stuff. Are they really collectors? Or are they just truly just like, this is the easy way to make keep it moving, keep the cash moving, whatever.
Yeah. But again, they're not going to be around very long, though. It's just, I tell you what, I live 20 miles from a casino, and when that thing came in, man, I had so many friends that would go over there. I go over there during the week, 3 or 4 days a week, and go over on the weekend, and they just loved it because it's a new thing and all that kind of stuff, but they kept losing money because you never win. You do win, but if you keep playing, eventually you're not going to win. And so I literally have no friends now that go over there just because, they learn their lesson. And so what we're doing when we open up packs is we're gambling. And, but with cards, you lose your money, but you get something back, whether it's whether it's worth what you spent for it, you're still getting something back. And if you can afford to keep putting your money in and getting something back that you like, even though it might not be worth, it might not be worth what you got back, but you love it because that's your hobby, then they'll keep doing it. But the other ones that are doing it to make money, they'll realize that they're not. Eventually, they'll realize they're not making money, and they'll get out of it. You know.
Yeah. The other thing I think it's hard for the kids now too to think about it. Like, so like for me, like I equate buying a $30 box of cards with a couple of different Aaron cards or Spawn cards, right? And yeah, there's a lot of Aaron and Spawn cards out there that I want, but there's not 30,000 of them. Like these people that collect these players now, that they can't, they realize they'll never get all the cards for the current player they're collecting, so it doesn't mean as much to them to kind of forego the pack opening for buying singles. Does that make sense? Like,
It does.
for me, I try to equate it. Like they know they're not going to be able to get every Derek Jeter or pick whatever current player, I guess. Like Bobby Witt probably already has 10,000 cards. I have no idea how many he's got. He's probably got thousands already, right? Different type of cards. And the other can't get them all. So like, but let's try to get that next hit and see if I can pull one out of this box, right?
And they have to decide which parallel is going to 10, 15 years down the road is going to hold value. And to your point too, and Chris's point about the quality control. So if somebody could look up the pop count of a 2018 Topps Chrome Juan Soto in a PSA 10 for me, that would be great. I tried to look it up on my phone. I can't find it, but
I can do it.
So back in 2019 or 2020, somewhere around that point, that Topps Chrome Juan Soto rookie card in a PSA 10 was 20,000 was the pop count on that card. At that point in time, that card was selling for about $600 was kind of the peak of that card. That card is worth about $100 right now. And I will bet you that the pop count on that card in a PSA 10 is close to 50,000 if it's not above.
Is it the Chrome or it's the Topps? Because
The Chrome.
I would bet that it's not that high just because of what I think are, the highest population count.
I remember it being 20,000 in a 10 because I had one at that point in time, and remember it being 20,000.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm seeing like 5,000 now, but I obviously can't be the right card. I'm probably not the right set. I'm looking at there's like 20 different versions of this card.
Yeah, so it's 2020 Topps Chrome update. HMT 55 is the number. And maybe it is the paper, but I could have sworn the Chrome had a 20,000 pop count back in.
You're right. Now, 100%. It's 15,000 total graded now. 13,379. It's HMT 55 update. 13,379. So basically, what is that? 90% gem rate, which is crazy, right?
So what's the paper then? Because I could have sworn it was 20,000. Maybe it was the paper that was 20,000, but still 15,000.
Oh, that's crazy.
In that card where 90% of them gem, like.
Yeah, there is no value. You're right. Because we always joke, we look back at although I say that, look at and I'm not sure if Dylan's still here, but all those early Upper Deck heroes where there are 2,500 print runs, those have gone crazy. Those are super expensive now, right?
Yeah,
I missed the boat. He was smart to get those when he did, because I feel like those were not all comic cards or close to it.
Donruss Elite.
Yeah, 10,000 or whatever, right?
Yeah, 5,000 some years, 10,000 others.
Yeah, okay, it's the Topps paper. 35,460 graded, 23,513 tens. Holy Toledo. But again, that's just one card. There's I don't know how many different variations.
Yeah, that's just the base card. Yeah.
Total Soto's I don't know, there's probably 40,000 from Topps paper update, just different flavors. Independence Day, hot pink, all these different kinds. Batting versus not batting.
Yeah, the different parallels, the rainbows,
right. And so compare that to an 89 Upper Deck King Griffey Jr., which is insane that they're $1,500 for a 10. There were millions of those printed, but the 10 pop is less than 10% of the total number graded for that card.
Yeah, I'm curious. I haven't looked at it in a while. But you can get a 9 for less than $200, which is crazy still to me, right?
Yeah, I have a 9. It's it was $200 when I bought it. It's about $160 now.
Yeah, to your point, 108,000 graded of that card total.
Which
4100 gems. So like, yeah, what is that?
Griffey.
Of Griffey, yeah.
Yeah.
31,009s and 41,008. So, but yeah, 10s is like less than 4%.
And that's like one of the points I made in my video, like 83 tops. Tony, like these cards aren't hard to find, right? But what's the combined pop count for 9s and 10s in this card? So, and Dylan has talked about this on his channel. So condition can cause a very commonly available card
To be scarce, yeah. Or
to
rare,
be
whatever.
scarce because of condition. And then that's how this is a $200 card in a 9.
Yeah, so 30,000 of the Gwen, or 32,000 roughly graded if you count the qualifiers and everything. Only 739 10s. So what is that? Not even 2.5%.
Yeah, and then how many 9s? Like 4,000 or something, I think.
About almost 6,009. So that 20% 9 rate, mint rate.
So what? Less than 7,000 9s and 10s in
Correct.
that card out of 35,000 that are graded.
Yeah.
So that's how, those cards could have been printed to the moon, but find a 9 or 10. Find one that's centered, period.
Well, and there's still stacks of that stuff unopened, which is the crazy part, right?
Yeah.
They're still out there, those Michigan packs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. But even like the 50s and 60s, if you look back, like, I don't know if you guys ever done this, but like if you, starting like in 55, I think, like I want to say it's 6 figures of graded cards for 50, probably because they grade almost everything, I guess, right? But like, or even commons get graded because they're worth a lot, right? But like, yeah, 202,000 just in PSA graded 55 tops. We like to think these cards are scarce, but like the set's way small. That's a lot of graded per card, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing.
They're being graded now, though. They weren't great. They weren't initially graded it back in,
90s,
95 or 98 or 99. They're getting graded now so people can complete sets and stuff.
Yeah. PSA set registry and
Oh, yes.
all that stuff.
I know that a little too well. But yeah, but like 50 Bowman's 32,000. It's like only 15% of the 55 tops, just a few years difference.
Well, and then it goes up through the 60s and 70s,
But go on though with the pop report. I don't trust the pop report because how many people think about got a 9, popped it, and sent it back to get a 10?
Yeah, they're inflated. Yeah.
So it's, I don't like PSA. I like SGC. So I'm going to, crack this out of this and then send it over here. Or, what I'm saying?
When it comes to base cards, though, more base cards, older base cards get graded again. I don't think there's too many people that pop open some base cards of the new stuff. They might pop open a Chrome that got a 9 or an 8 and try to do it again, but they're not gonna pop open a base.
Yeah,
they're
not grading a lot of base anymore unless it's guys like. Well, they are though. That's the thing is they are grading them. The big hot rookies, they're grading them. I mean,
sure.
What's Julio Rodriguez pop count? From what was his rookie 2022?
Mm-hmm.
He was the next big thing. He's had a down year this year, and now they'll probably give you his cards. Whereas these cards that were printed to the moon, like I'm going to send this in and get it graded because if it grades a 10, it's worth $70. That's more than Bobby Witt's rookie card. You know what I mean? An 87 tops Nolan Ryan. It's junk wax era, but try to get a 10 in it,
And go along with that because you keep saying like with the junk wax era. I mean, like I remember back like during that time frame, like cards were everything. Like the hobby was booming.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
at a certain point, it just died. So it's just like I mean, people are still collecting, but it just tapered off for like a long time.
Yeah.
When is that going to happen again? Like, when do you feel? Because that boom, that hit at COVID, and is slowly coming back down now. after that 4 years, but it's like there's a different world though. I mean, you still got like your collectors, but then you also have like these flippers doing whatever they're doing and the breakers. But again, that's all going to die out at some point. And then
That'll be when you want to buy, Dave. That'll be when you want to start buying again. Look at the mid to late 90s inserts are all the money, right? They had to actually, what is High Pop Professor, the Innovation Area, whatever they call it, right? He and his brother, Al, right? Because they had to do like crazy stuff to get your attention.
Yeah. And a lot of them from that era, if it was a hard to pull insert, like they're worth money in 7s and 8s.
Oh, yeah.
They don't grade very well. And some of them might have been one for every 78,000 packs or something.
Yeah, like those PMGs or the Circa Raves or Thunders or even those Flare showcases or whatever, masterpieces.
Yeah, but when do you see the hobby is going to start dying down to where it's like prices dropping? I mean, prices have been dropping, but like when do you see like in 2 years, 5 years?
What part of the hobby? What part of the hobby going to die down? Is it stuff that it hasn't opened up yet, or
no? I feel like it's like all these this newer group of people coming in. I feel like eventually that's all going to die out. Like they're going to fizzle out and be like, I'm not doing this anymore, and it's just.
It may happen at some point similar to the junk wax era, but there are still a lot of guys. Matt left. There are still a lot of guys that are in my comments, and maybe it's because of my level or lack thereof. Like there are a lot of guys that comment in my videos that they've gotten in the hobby within the last year or two, gotten back in. So there's still more people coming into the hobby, but is it more coming in than are leaving? Right. So the biggest, like when I was a kid, me and the vast majority of my buddies that I played sports with collected cards of some sort. Now I'm going to go into my 3rd year of coaching baseball, and every season I ask the kids, hey, do you collect cards? Do you collect cards? There may be 2 or 3 on my baseball team at any given time that collect cards. And we went to the show in Columbia a couple weeks ago, and I was actually surprised by how many kids were at the show. Like were there not quite a few kids there, Chris?
Sure.
At the Columbia show, this last one? Like I was impressed at how many kids there were, but I don't think the same percentage of kids. There are too many distractions now. Like back in the day, I'd love to get a pack of cards. I didn't know a player before Beckett came out. I would flip over the back of the cards and look at the stats and be like, oh, well, 3 years ago, this dude hit 20 home runs and drove in 100 RBIs. He must be a pretty good player. But now they have Pokemon cards and Magic cards and this and that and the other thing, and these cell phones that are surgically attached to their hands. There are many, many more distractions going on in the world today to where kids have some other outlet and don't collect cards as much as we do.
Well, video games are the same price they were back in the 80s. We used to pay $50 for a Nintendo game, right? So I got like 1 or 2 a year, like Christmas and birthday. That would be it.
Yeah.
Games are the same prices. Now, but cards cost way more. We talked about 50 cents or quarter packs. You can't buy anything for under $4 or $5 a pack, and that's like top flagship, whatever we call it, right? Paper.
Yeah.
So Billy, I think, again, this is why I'm smarter than you, is when those kids come up and you say, you collect cards, your question should be, did your grandpa collect cards?
Oh, I do. I ask them if their dad collected, who their favorite player is, how they got into it,
right?
All that stuff. Once they collect, like I'm in their brain then.
And I've been working on this a little bit in my mind and taking some notes because in my little town that I live in, a lot of people, everybody in my little town knows that I collect cards, right? I mean, 1,100 people live in my town, and the hardest thing that I have to do when somebody that is Billy's age or a little bit younger than Billy come up to me and say, hey, look at my cards and tell me how much you think it's worth. And I'll have there'll be these dads that come in with their kids to my house, and they'll have a meticulous collection, and it's, in binders and, just in great shape. And it's stuff that's in the junk wax era. And they stopped, and they haven't started back yet. And I tell them, the value of that, it looks awesome and your collection is organized and all that kind of stuff, but there's not a lot of value there. And if they haven't stayed up to date with the information and stuff, they leave upset, and they, listen, this Kevin McReynolds, this is a $7 card in 1986. It's surely worth $70 today. And name whatever card, and they are so disappointed if they haven't stayed up with how cards go. And I think we're getting ready, with everything that's going on. The hobby is making it that base cards are worth diddly squat. But if you open up and you look on the back of a box and it tells you your odds of getting something good, meaning the other stuff that you get is worth crap, but you have a chance to get this because there's 70 of these autograph cards that are in this. Man, I just think you're setting up younger people that are starting to collect to just be frustrated. But again, I say this, like I said earlier, that's not me. And if they can afford to do it and they enjoy it, that's them. And if they haven't stayed up with the hobby, we might be realizing the people that collected cards in the late 80s and the early 90s again. They take care of the cards. They know it's worth money if they keep them in good shape. They organize them, and then boom, they bring them, 25 years later, and I tell them, oh, you don't have much money here. And,
Well, I think that's why it to a certain extent, it bothers me because, like, I'm a product of the junk wax era, right? And I grew up, hearing legends of my dad's collection that got thrown out, or my grandma sold at yard sales or whatever, of stuff that he had from the 50s and 60s that would have made him rich if he still had those, right? So to a certain extent, we thought that was going to be us 20, 30, 40 years in the future. We just found out that ours don't really hold any value, right? But there was another point I was going to make, but I don't remember what it was because I'm getting tired. I don't remember what else I was going to say. But
holy
I do
cow,
think it's going to be
guys.
interesting to see what happens next time I have a recession, right? Like, if you think about it, we had the 3-month COVID blip, but we haven't had a recession in 13 years or whatever it's been, right? Or 14 years, whatever. So that's got to impact it at some point, right? Because your point earlier, Chris, about, or someone maybe in the comments, right? That's not the kids' money for the most part, right? There are a few kids that have been very industrious and made a lot of money buying and selling or flipping or getting lucky on certain players, but a lot of times it's the parents' money. So when, you know how it is, when it's a recession, when your neighbor loses their job, it's depressed when you lose a job.
Right. Love it.
It's got to come at some point. I mean, I imagine next time we have a little bit of a faltering economy, it's going to be interesting to see how cards hold up, because it's definitely not a necessity. Maybe it is to us, right? But for the modern folks, I got to imagine it's going to be one of the first things to go. Because to your point, they're not going to get rid of their iPhone, not going to get rid of their cable TV or their streaming services or their Xbox subscription. It's going to be cards,
right?
I think. So we'll have to see how the next economic downturn, which has got to happen at some point, I would assume.
Yeah. Well, and part of me wonders too is how many of those cards that those kids are packing around that are worth more than my entire collection were golden tickets that they pulled out of a pack. or
Yeah.
maybe we pulled a golden ticket out of a pack of a player that they didn't like, and then they traded it in for stuff that they do like. But that odds of pulling a certain card out of a pack, like they started putting those odds on those packs back in the 90s, in 93, 94, when the inserts became really popular. And to a certain extent, that went a long way back then to devaluing base cards.
Yeah.
Were you opening packs in 93 or 94, and then you'd be like, okay, here's a Ramos Ramirez, here's whatever, but I got this Upper Deck loose collection, really cool insert card that's one out of every 16 packs. So that kind of started the decline of the base card back then, even, it's to the extreme today.
Yeah.
Well, Vegas Dave, back when I started doing YouTube, was telling people that he bought a Derek Carr card for $500,000, which was as much money as I had in my collection almost. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm glad I didn't listen to Vegas Dave and trade most of my cards for a Derek Carr football card. And so if you want to listen to people and you live on whatever word they say, then I think that's a mistake. But if you're in it to, if you use your own judgment and are smart enough to realize that, hey, I'd rather have this Mickey Mantle card in a 2 than a John Elway base card in a 7. Well, just do what you enjoy, but don't get taken by a trend or a section of card collecting. I'm not gonna trade any of my cards for anything in the 90s or in the 80s. Yeah, I might trade a card, but just because I might want something. But I think if you get to a certain level of what you're comfortable with, stay in that level and not go after the beans that Jack and the Beanstalk. Don't trade your bell cow for 5 beans, even though you might get a giant card later on. Just don't do it. Just
Well, and that goes to Dave's point and Matt's point about disposable income. Like, to be honest with you, I hope, maybe this is extreme, but this Hank Aaron rookie card, I hope it goes down to $100. Honestly, because I'll go buy 4 or 5 of them a month for the next 10 years if they go down to $100, right? So if these start to go steeper down, then that's awesome, because that's just more cards as a collector that I can afford to buy, because 2 or 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to afford that Hank Aaron rookie card. So the collector in me loves it.
Hey, so guys, I'm getting off here. I got to go take some medicine and stuff before I go to bed. But 4 freaking hours you guys have been on tonight.
And not showing that many cards either.
I mean, I'm getting ready to call you guys Jerry Lewis on, the telethon.
Labor Day telethon, yeah.
Yeah, you guys aren't even trying to get money, but hey, thanks
this
for
ain't
doing
for collectors.
Excuse me?
So this ain't for collectors.
That's right.
We're poor collectors. Hey, Chris, let me know if you need anything.
Good to see you, my
Better,
friends.
Chris.
Good to see you, my friends in YouTube, Billy.
Let me know if you need anything, you jerk.
Your barn door is still closed.
Still open, yeah. He's still on there too.
He's still on.
I hope he takes us to the bathroom. Audio on.
That's funny. I love that dude. I'm a lucky guy. Like, for the longest time, I collected in a bubble, and for a long time, I YouTubed in a bubble. But here recently, through YouTube, well, and I met Chris before YouTube, but Chris and I became friends. He was like my only local hobby friend. But then through YouTube, I met Tom and I met Coop. I just hung out at the wrestling coach's house today, this morning for 3 hours nonstop talking about cards. There are a couple other coaches in my town that collect, like, and now knowing all you guys on YouTube, like I went from collecting in a bubble to having like one of the biggest friend groups that I've ever had in my entire life. And it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah, and I'll be honest. John's thing to have us look back at our first video. I made YouTube selfishly just for Ty and my family. Like something ever happened to me to have videos. I mean, talking about cards or whatever, right?
That was part of it for me too, was just documenting my collection and my journey, and maybe hopefully one day the kids will appreciate it.
Yeah, I figured YouTube would be around at least, and they watch YouTube, they might stumble on it, right? So
yeah,
it's like
no, you're right. I think now turned into more about selfishly. Now it's about my friends, right? So people get to see at card shows at least once or twice a year, hopefully.
Yeah,
it's like Eric Those Back Pages. Like years ago, watching him, it was like, don't care what people think about what you're putting out. It's just you're doing it, documenting yourself, so somebody else, in your family can see it. So, and they always hit me. It's just like, yeah, maybe I should do it. And it just took. I feel like I would have been doing it longer, but I was always afraid to go on and start the channel and everything. And it was just, I don't know. It was just, I was like, I'm just going to pull the trigger and just do it, because I talked to Jake and I was talking to Adam and talking to Dom, and, just chatting with them guys. And it was just like, all right, I'm just going to do it. And I think like my first video, I think I probably took that video probably like 5 times. I
could tell because at the end you're just the one you actually kept. You're standing up like this, like your arms are folded, like you look almost annoyed. Like I can tell you done it more than once.
I was nervous. I was just like I'm nervous, and it was like, but it was the weirdest thing because it was like, why am I nervous? Like I haven't even posted this thing yet. And
I have no subscribers, right? No, I'm kidding.
Like I was like, I have like nothing. I haven't even like started this yet. And it's just like, all right, like here I go. I just put myself out there, and next thing I know, it's like, hey, do you want to be part of this text thread? A bunch of other guys that just started YouTube the same year. I'm like, hell yeah. So then it was just, downhill from there.
It's
just getting them
in a good way. Downhill, picking up speed, you mean, right? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
And I've gotten better, but let me know to me, it's totally different talking to my cell phone than it is actually having a conversation.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten better, but man, my old videos, like my buddy Joe, Redneck Collector, I just shouted out on my channel the other day. He started a channel. And at the National, he told me when I first started, he thought I was trolling everyone because I sucked so bad. I'm like, I know, I was terrible. Like I couldn't even watch my own videos. Like I was stiff as a board, monotone, no inflection whatsoever in my voice. You know what I mean? It's like I turn that camera on and my IQ drops by 60 points. And then I'm dealing with single digits. You know what I mean?
I don't have much to give up. I don't have 60 to give up, Billy. So.
Right. Well, that losing 60 points takes me down to a 9 IQ. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I know it. And I'm definitely glad you changed your name because, like, whenever Chris recommended you, I'm like STL Puckhead. Like this guy, I never picture Chris like a hockey fan, right? So, I'm like, who is this guy?
Well, it's funny because it actually came from my gamer tag back in the day on PlayStation. And I like hockey for a long time. Hockey.
Oh yeah, no, me too.
Sport. But then I started when I created the channel, like Chris kind of edged me. Like I was going to start one, but I wasn't quite ready to start one when I did. And then I was like, well, I don't know what to call it. So I'll go with STL Puckhead. And then as my channel started to grow a little bit and it was a slow burn, I was like, if I'm going to change this name, I need to do it before my channel gets any bigger, you know? And so when I went to the basement collection, I was already thinking about changing my name at that point. And I hadn't even, I think maybe 6 months on YouTube at that point, if that. And then I talked to Mike Moynihan about it, and I was like, it's not really what I do. Like, I love the name, but it's hockey's not really what I do on my channel. And he's like, yeah, you should change it. And then I'm glad I did. Like, Chris and Don came up with Billy Ballgame, and it's kind of me now. It's kind of my alter ego. You know what I mean? Like, my mother-in-law calls me Billy Ballgame now. You know, she used to call me a lot worse things.
Well, Dave, I feel like we've gone all over the place tonight, but again, congratulations. I may need to take off here soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for everybody coming into the channel and stuff. So yeah, I'm tired.
Your anniversary's over, Dave. No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're an hour ahead of us.
I am.
Yeah, at least me anyway. Where are you?
No, me too. I'm in DFW area, so I'm just south of you.
Yeah. So
congrats again.
Yeah. So
see you guys.